3:15 or so. Then we're ending up at 2 p.m. At that point in time, Rosemary, come over, you take over the program, then we continue. Thank you.
Good morning. Habari ya asubuhi. Nimeona watu wa Meru wakiingia asubuhi nikashinda huyu alianza kuja lini? Tuifa. Karibuni sana for this particular pre-conference. My name is Rosemary Kinuthia. I'm the chair of Kiambu County Empowerment Network and from Sereb region. So I know we're running short of time. We just go straight to it. I would wish that we all stand, we do a prayer, then we do mission anthem, and then we can proceed from there. Okay. Hi, I want to volunteer to open for those you can do it. It's okay. Okay, thank you.
Tuombe. Baba, kwa jina la Yesu, tunakuja mbele zako, tunakushukuru, tunainua jina lako. Tunasema hakuna mwingine kama wewe. Asante kwa asubuhi njema ambayo umetupa Bwana. Tunasema ni asante kwa wema wako, asante kwa ulinzi ambao umetupa Bwana. Wengi wametoka mahali tofauti mbali Bwana na umewawezesha kufika hapa. Tunakuomba Bwana ukapate kuanza nasi na tutakapo Bwana pata suluhisho kwa hili Bwana. Sifa na utukufu zitakurejea katika jina la Yesu tunaomba na kuamini.
God bless. So we'll still online we have online participants. Karibuni sana. We need to do the nation anthem. Do you have some music? Okay, then we can start.
O God of all creation, bless this our nation. Justice be our shield and defender. May we live in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Karibuni sana. And I know we are all here because of one reason. That we believe in devolution. So equally, all of us believe in the spirit of devolution. And of course there's a lot. All of us are citizens of our counties. I always tell the young people that you don't belong to the national government, you belong to your county. Yes. So anything that happens in your county is your business. So I'm happy that we're here. So what we're going to do, we're going to introduce ourselves, but we're going to do it in blocks, because like I said, all devolved function. We come from our devolved function. So the first region that I want to appreciate is Nairobi region. Kama umetoka Nairobi region, tafadhali. Who's from Nairobi region? Yes, tafadhali amkeni. Yes, wasimame. These are the hosts. This is where the cooking is done. So haraka haraka, your name and the organization. organization that you represent.
My name is Hilda Mulandi. I work with the elections observation.
Good morning. My name is James Kamau. I work with Power 254 organization.
Good morning. My name is Jacob Atin. I work with the Salam Reform Forum.
Good morning. My name is John Kamande. I work with the Royal Trust.
Good morning. My name is Gideon from Landscape Motors.
Good morning. I'm Lewis Salo, working with Kenya Community Media Network.
Good morning. Bessie Okech, Royal Trust.
Good morning, everyone. Julian Mary, Women's Empowerment Link. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rachel Monda, and I am practicing with Mona Advocates. Pleasure to be here.
Hi, everybody. My name is Fred Atina, here to represent Inform Action.
Hi everyone, my name is Masikuria, working with the Social Justice Working Group.
Good morning everyone. My name is Gibson Waita, working for Transparency International Kenya.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jacinta Odina. I work with Pro-Life Organization.
Good morning. I'm Cornelius Odoro with the Kenya Human Rights Commission.
Good morning. My name is Bernard Monda. I work with Kriko Kenya.
Okay, tupigia kwa Nairobi, makofi, and thank you for hosting us. Like I say, everything is cooked for me. Sema kweli. So even when you are talking about I understand the people who never use the microphone can redo it again.
Good morning. Michael Karanja. I work with ACT. It's based in Nairobi, but it works countrywide. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Hilda Mulandi. I come from the Elections Observation Group. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
We all had tea, right? Yes, I know, right? Yeah, we all had tea. So my name is Abondo Evans from Pamoja Trust. Pamoja Trust is a civil society organization. We work countrywide. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nairobi. Then the next region, haraka haraka, would be Sekeb. Lower East, sorry? One more. Sorry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Sorry I'm late. Boaz Waruku and Mubora Working Group. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Nairobi, eh?
Karibu sana. Yes, there's someone else at the back. Networking ni muhimu. Networking ni muhimu.
Habari za asubuhi.
Nzuri sana.
Mimi naitwa Kawive Wambo, nafanya na shirika la Inuka Kenya. Ni sisi.
Thank you. Anyone else from Nairobi? Karibuni. So the next region is Sekeb, Lower Eastern. If you're from Sekeb region, kindly stand. Wow. We want to recognize you. So your name and the organization that you represent. You can tell us the county.
Good morning. I'm Julius Mulo, President of Machakos County.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Perpetual Munde. I'm working with Deaf Empowerment Kenya as a paralegal from Machakos County.
Karibu sana.
Morning, everyone. My name is Vexina Moini. I work with Neema Foundation as the programs officer. Good morning. I'm Rosfella Kandachana, working with the CSO network representing FIDA in Machakos.
Karibu sana.
Good morning. I'm Fred Lau, Machakos County Civil Society Network.
Karibu sana.
Hamjambo.
Hatujambo.
I'm Joseph Mutunga from Kitui Civil Societies Network.
Wow, karibu sana. Yes, you can. Thank you.
everyone. Bernard Mutimba, Machakos County Disability Network.
Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith Kiama. I come from Kitui County. I work with a local women's rights organization, Kitui Women in Development. I also sit at the Devolution Working Group Steering Committee. Thank you.
Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruth Maingi from Makueni County, Makueni Civil Society.
Karibu sana.
Habari sana.
Nzuri sana.
Wacha nilete salamu za kutoka Makueni. Tumechelewa kidogo, ni mbali. Naitwa Daniel Mutunga from the Makueni Civil Society Network. Naitwa Maxon. Thank you.
Karibu sana watu wa Makueni. Now we have participants online. Nani anaweza? Because we want to welcome Nairobi. We've done Nairobi. And the rest of the team. So we also go to Elreb, Lake Region. Watu wa UK. Wako wapi?
I can't be the only one in the room.
UK is very far, my friend.
So about farmers. Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Chris Wala. I work with Community Initiative Action Group Kenya. There are many UKs in diaspora in the rooms. Thank you.
Karibu sana. Karibu sana. So we have Norep. Oh yes, sir. Bana.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Ray Gaston Dibogo. I work with Disability Advocacy Services Kenya.
Okay, karibu sana. Karibu sana. So the next one will be Noreb. North Rift. Noreb, North Rift. Noreb, online. Wako online. So Noreb. I would wish one came through. From Noreb online. Okay, tukipata mtu wa Noreb mtatuambia FCDC. Wow. Makofi tafadhali.
Good morning. It looks I'm the only one representing the large FCDC region, so anyway, that's an opportunity for me to know. Next time we need to improve. Okay, my name is Mohammed Sheikh. I work with Action for Sustainable Change, and I represent the FCDC counties here also. But I came from Mandera, but at this level I represent the FCDC counties across the region. Thank you so much.
Karibu sana, and we're happy to have you around. Yes. Do we have FCDC online? Okay, fine. We can. Sure. Thank you.
Please read for us.
Yeah, thank you. So there's Paulo Dongo from Kakamega County Network for Research and Governance. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, there's Catherine Shindu from Elreb, Kakamega County. There's Alex Musiko from Network for Research and Governance, NRG, Kakamega County. There's Julia Yeko from the Kenya Water and Sanitization Civil Society Network. And there's Callistus Wanjala representing County Assemblies Forum, CAF. There's also Mwanaisha Awea, Access to Medicines platform. Yeah, so far, those are the ones who responded on the chat. Thank you.
Thank you. Participants online, we appreciate your presence. So we'll go to Jumuiya ya county za Pwani. Is that the way to put it? Yes. Wase wa coast. Hey, wow. Clap, clap, clap. Hey, coast ni mbali. Karibu sana mama.
Hello, good morning. Hosta Jeffrey from Kwale Civil Society Consortium. I'm working with Wanawake Twaweza Initiative from Kinango Sub-County.
Karibu sana. Karibu sana. Do you have any other person from Jumuiya za county, za Pwani, something like that? Haya, JKP, asante sana. Anyone else? Then we have Nakaib, Narok, Kajiado. Aha. Unaona tu. They don't even have to speak. You can easily tell. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abigail Tumpes. I'm representing Nasaru.
Okay, karibu.
Good morning. My name is Kaka Isaiah. I represent Oloi Law Society. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Salma Yasmin. I represent Subra Disabled Organization in Kajiado County. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Simone Lemumo. I represent Subra Disabled Organization from Kajiado County. Habari zenu. Kwa majina ni Lucia Kotochia. Natoka Kajiado North. Na present Golden Women of Hope. Disability.
Hello everyone. My name is Christine Kemuma, representing Women of Hope, Board Different, Kajiado County.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hajima Sharif from Kajiado County, representing WAD, and I'm representing persons with disability, Kenya Devolution CSOs Working Group, Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was nice. And karibuni sana. I guess networking will take place. Bye-bye. This is a very rich convention. Now, like I said before, we are here because we believe in devolution. We are here because we believe that devolution has to work. But we also acknowledge we have, sorry? Oh, Sereb, where I come from. Oh my God. Oh my God. But that is hiyo ni kuonyeshana kuna venye. I should have actually started with Sereb. So Sereb. How come? Okay. Apologies for that. Umemeshaona mama anapika anajisahau, anapatia watoto chakula. That is what just happened. Karibu sana.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I'm Joseph Maniki from Great Pass Foundation and CSO Focal Point Maranga.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Chris Imwere. I represent Twaweza CSO Network. Na mimi ndio mlisikia nilianza kukuja jana from 10. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Ruth Modoni, coming from Kirinyaga County, here to represent Kirinyaga CSO Network. Thank you.
Good afternoon, this morning. Habari zenu? My name is Jeremy from Embu County, county number 14, representing Embu Civil Society Network. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
My name is Melvin Ouyo. I'm the founder and director of the Kenya Slum Adolescents Initiative. We work in 5 counties, but today I'm representing the Uasin Gishu CSO network.
That's not Rift. Yes. Okay, karibu sana. Okay. Someone else? Okay.
Good morning. I'm Lois Warenga from Kiambu County. I'm here to represent organizations of persons with disability. Thank you so much.
Karibu sana, karibu sana. Anyone else? Now I'm so guilty that I need to make sure I have not left anyone. I hope I was inclusive. Sincere apologies from my CEREB team. Now, I was talking about devolution. And I was saying, as much as we believe in it, as much as we want it to work, but at times you'll find we have a lot of challenges. Devolved function, zinafanyika, and resources do not accompany those functions. Corruption, it's part of what is ailing us. And there's a lot of push and pull between national government and devolved function. We are having a conference that will be coming up on 12th, and we've had this after every 2 years. Governors sit, they talk, and the citizens themselves are actually left out. And so us being here is so critical, because at the end of the day, this devolution needs to work for us. So the discussions that we're going to have here is how do we contribute to the devolution conference coming up soon, and way forward for us. I was telling some of my CEREB colleagues, we were having tea, and I was telling them we have something that has been trending throughout, and every single Kenyan I think is aware, the word Murima. Sini ukweli? Sini ukweli, tuongeni tu kweli. Murima, 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 for the good or for the bad, still people know about it. It therefore means, I wish they were even using the word CEREB instead of Murima. I wish we could just, yeah. Yet, our space as civil society in Murima is still very far. So when they speak about Murima, we should actually be there as a devolved working group, has CEREB, tukipelekana now hivi. They mention Murima, they mention civil society in CEREB. So I think our work, we are doing a lot of catching up. And these guys have resources and they are very fast. So I think because we actually, the people's voices, we should actually amplify our voices. Anything devolution, civil society should actually be part of that agenda. And that is why we are here. So I'll take this opportunity to welcome Jacob Ngumi. He is the co-convener and the secretary. And he can actually introduce his committee. Karibu sana Jacob.
Thank you so much, Rosemary Kilodia. Rosemary Kilodia is the chair of Kiambu Civil Society Environment Network, a member body of CSOs in Kiambu County. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here today because of 2 purposes. One, we want to be able to produce a document, which is a CSO Pre-Dev composition paper to take to the devolution conference, which is happening from 15th to 18th of August at Homa Bay County. We brought CSOs from all over the country, like you can see, and Dr. Karanja from ACT, and also the convener, Evans Kibet, the convener of the Kenya Devolution CSO Working Group, will brief more about why we are here. At this juncture, I would like to introduce the steering committee of the Kenya Devolution Working Group so that we understand who we are and what we do. As I say one or two things about the Kenya Devolution CSO Working Group, I like the members to come here, the steering committee members to come to the front. The Kenya Devolution CSO Working Group is an umbrella network of all the county CSOs networks from the 47 counties of Kenya, and our main objective is, as I said, to look at 3 major issues. One is transfer of county government functions. 2 is to look at accountability. And 3 is to look at public participation. We focus on those 3 issues as KDCWG CS working group. We were formed in May 2023 by ACT. ACT is ACT Change and Transform, a national NGO in Kenya. And we elected a steering committee of 17 members, 2 from every economic bloc, plus 1 PW representative. We have 7 economic blocks as you have heard. We have JKP, Jumuiya County za Pwani. We have Southeastern Economic Bloc. We have North Rift Economic Bloc. We have Central Region Economic Bloc. We have FCBC. These blocks are confusing as nowadays, but don't worry. FCBC, Frontier Counties Development Council. We have Nairobi County as a county, but also as a block individually. Then we have NACAIB, Nairobi, Kajiado Economic Bloc, and CEREP, Central Region Economic Bloc. I mentioned all of them. There are around 8 of them. So our main aim is to gather CSO positions in matters of devolution, accountability, and public participation. The steering committee has been doing several activities, as the convener will tell us later. But at this juncture, we were able to get around 3 or 4 committee members to be here today. They can stand up and come to the front. Steering committee members of the Devolution CSO working group. Come to the front. We have the national convener, Evans Kibet, have arrived all the way from Baringo. Yes, come here. Come to the front. Tell us your name and the block you come from, your organization even.
Good morning. First, apologies. I think we got held up on the way here. I'm Evans Kibet. I'm the national convener for the Kenya Devolution CSOs working group. I think I'll have a few minutes later to say something. Yeah. I represent the Rift Valley, the NOREB block, economic block, North Rift Economic Block, NOREB.
I think I'll introduce myself, but for purposes of the steering committee, I represent KHRC, which is one of the 2 national institutions sitting at the steering committee. The other committee member is TISA. I don't know what they'll be coming.
Good morning again. I'm Halima Sharif, representing persons with disability, the steering committee. Thank you.
Good morning once again. My name is Faith Kiama. I represent Kitui Civil Society's network, so sit at the steering committee. Locally, I am the founder and director of a local women's rights organization, Kitui Women in Development. Thank you.
You can sit. Myself, I'm from Southeastern Economic Bloc, second from the Machakos County Civil Society Network. My local NGO is Young Professionals for Development. We have Chris Owala, who has stepped out. Chris Owala is the steering committee member rep for the Economic Bloc. But you'll get him to know as part of the program for today. At this juncture, we were then the task to prepare a CSO position paper to take to the Devolution conference, and we got Twaweza. Twaweza team can come to the front. Twaweza. We have ACT. ACT is our secretariat for the KDCWG CSO working group. We have Dr. Miko Karanja. You can come to the front, say hi. Twaweza team, they are here. Twaweza team and KDCWG Rights Commission are the ones supporting this event today. Financially, we are the partners for this event. They release themselves and then we move forward. Twaweza team plus the ACT team, we have Khalid and Dr. Miko Karanja. The CEO of ACT, who is our secretariat, CEO, is coming later to give some remarks as we continue.
Good morning. My name is Michael Karanja, representing ACT Change Transform. As the co-convener has said, ACT Change Transform is a national NGO. We were the ones who formed the Kenya Devolution Civil Society Working Group when we were implementing the Kenya Devolution program that was being funded by the British High Commission. So we formed this working group as a sustainability measure to ensure advocacy for devolution continues. So we are preparing for the devolution conference next week, and we want the CSO voices to be heard, and that's why we are doing the paper, and the input from this conference will be very, very important to inform the action paper. I wish you good deliberations. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So my name is Sarah Mwangi. I work with Twaweza East Africa. And for us, it's an honor to be here. One of our biggest contribution, at least for this particular forum, is the issue of citizens' research and evidence from the citizens. Because even as we have the conversation about devolution, the citizens' voices ought to be on the table. So we run a program that my colleagues will be talking about later that we call Sauti za Wananchi, which is a mobile phone research program where we collect data from citizens, and part of that research that we have done recently on democracy and participation we'll be sharing with you today, and hopefully it inform part of the conversation forward into the devolution conference. We are delighted to be here, and thank you for being here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Wandia. I work for Twaweza, and I'm delighted to have all of you here, and I'm excited and looking forward to the conversation that we're going to have here ahead of the devolution conference. Thank you, and karibuni.
Good morning. My name is Philbert Mbugo, and I work with Twaweza.
Good morning. I am Washington Riri. I work with Twaweza. I'm delighted to be with you today.
Thank you so much, Twaweza. Twaweza is our donor today, is our partner today for this workshop today, this National CSO Conference. We have Kenya Human Rights Commission is the other partner for today's conference. We are happy to have you here today. This time I'd like to welcome everybody, and we'll right away go to the main program so that we see how to move forward. We have our rapporteur today, who is Faith Kiema from Kitui County, a member of the steering committee of the Kenya Devolution CS Working Group. That Devolution CS Working Group is just a platform to be able to share a lot with you, just to be able to look at devolution at the grassroots level with other, in partnership with other national CSOs, and why that's why the other partners are coming on board, and we look forward to getting everybody on board so that we move together in matters devolution. We like now to go to the official remarks. We have Mr. Tomori, the CEO of ACT. He's going to make his remarks later. Short while. He's rolled up in the meeting somewhere. Tomori, the CEO of ACT, who is also the main initiator of the Kenya Devolution CS Working Group, which was raised some 3 years ago. We have Anastasia Rugamba from Twaweza is online. Yes, so we can actually to make the remarks. Anastasia is online with the CEO of Twaweza, all the way from Tanzania. He's going to make his remarks from Tanzania. Twaweza East Africa headquarters is in Tanzania. As it sets up, we can have Cornelius again. Are you ready? Yes.
Hello.
Okay. Anastasia, are you online?
Hello. Sorry, my mic was disabled. My microphones are disabled. Thank you for enabling me. Hello. We have a more centralized system. Yeah, and for us, you guys, you are a classroom. Yeah, you're also a source of inspiration. Yeah, so we are here as good neighbors, eager to learn, just from the victories of devolution in the 13 years, but also from the lessons hidden inside the challenges that you faced. Yeah, so as a country prepares the 9th Devolution Conference next week in Homa Bay, I'm sure today's conversation is very timed, and it's an opportunity to put citizen voices at the center. Yeah, people would love to know how is devolution working in practice. Yeah, in this launch, I know it's a full strategic collaboration among civil society organizations, and we feel so privileged to stand alongside like-minded partners in amplifying citizen voices on democracy and governance. Yeah, so your story in devolution in many ways is enviable. You have brought decision-making closer to the people, and county governments have opened doors for citizens to meaningfully shape the services they receive. And for those of us without such systematic framework, it's a reminder of what is possible when governance moves closer to the people it serves. And we appreciate that this session today, we are all the team. And I believe that as we listen and reflect, and as we ask a lot of questions and getting all the lessons, we will be able to share the lessons and the thoughts, both here in the room, but also in the online platforms. Yeah, and we have the hashtags, Timiza Ugatuzi and Demokrasia Yetu. My colleagues Sarah and Philbert will share them more for those who would want to tag those hashtags online as you share your reflections for today. Yeah, so thank you so much, and thank you for working ahead of the rest of us, Tanzania and Uganda, in this journey. We are learning and we are inspired. Yeah, so I'm ready to listen and to learn and to share all the lessons ahead. Thank you so much.
Hello, thank you so much. We have Cornelius Odor, who can do the next opening remarks. Cornelius Odor is from the Kenya Human Rights Commission. He's the Deputy Executive Director, and he's going to make some remarks regarding this agenda of devolution. He's part of our partner for this workshop today.
Good morning once again. There's a bit of echo. So, because this is just very early in the day, I'll not spend a lot of time, but just to make a few remarks on behalf of Kenya Human Rights Commission, who is partnering with the Twaweza Act and we are here to host this Pre-Devolution Civil Society Consultative Forum. I think as per our motto, Kenya Devolution CSO Working Group, our motto is devolution must? Devolution must? Yes. So I think our concern, and going into this devolution conference, our concern has been the devolution conference has largely been an elite event. Devolution conference has largely been an elite event, and citizen voice has been lacking in most cases. When we are planning for the DevCon, the inaugural session with the Council of Governors, we really put a very strong case that we need to change the way devolution conference is organized so that it's people-centered. We want to hear people's voice in the devolution conference, because devolution is about people. It's about people, it's about participatory approach to governance. And I think devolution is not only about county governments, but it's also a principle where we decentralize power. vertically to the sub-national units, but equally horizontally to other organs of government, judiciary, parliament, and the rest. And then I even have now the independent offices and the constitutional commissions. So looking at the theme for this year's Devolution Conference, for the people, for prosperity, devolution as a catalyst for equity, inclusion, and social justice. I think that theme itself tells us that there has been a major shift from what Devolution Conference has been many years. And this year, it will center on engaging the public and seeking to address the question whether devolution has lived up to its promise of achieving equity, inclusion, and social justice. I think this relates very well with the human rights organizations, which I believe many of you are, as to whether devolution has really achieved these three critical issues. I think to our disappointment, we are still grappling with a lot of service delivery issues, access to water, health, education, and many other things. You will understand that from the onset, our form of devolution was largely developmental, as in devolution or two county governments who were supposed to provide proximate services to the wananchi, and also facilitate transfer of resources to the sub-national units to facilitate participatory decision-making in terms of resource allocation. Last year, I think we championed and really pushed for full transfer of functions that, if implemented, the current devolved units will be able to get in excess of $500 billion Kenya shillings in terms of budget allocation per year. That's yet to happen. I think we're still doing around 400 thereabouts. But if resources going to the counties, are we really there with service delivery? Your guess is as good as mine. I think it's only last week that we are treated to some places, I don't know if it's Tharaka Nithi, where we still have very, very dilapidated structures in the form of whether that was primary school or it was ECD, but it was a shame that over 10 years after devolution, we still have those kind of infrastructure. So, as we sit here, and because we really argued for a slot, and the Council of Governors were gracious enough to allocate us an opportunity to engage in the DevCon. We have a side event. I think that's coming on 15th. So how do we ensure that our participation in DevCon is just any other event? That's why we are meeting here today, consolidate our position, so that we can make a difference and really mainstream the critical issues that matter to Mwananchi. As will be shared by our convener, there are three critical areas that we really want to emphasize and will be the cornerstone of our conversation during DevCon. One of them is the transfer of functions that we still feel has not been adequately addressed. Even with the notice, there are a number of things that needs to be done. If you ask me, there are so many parastatals that are still in existence that are doing functions that were ordinarily supposed to have been devolved to county governments. Equally, there are several functions that are still withheld by national state departments, especially in health, agriculture, that ought to have been devolved like yesterday. The other critical thing that we also need to address is the issue of corruption. Even with the meager resources that are going to the county governments, the bulk of those resources are going to waste, if not benefiting a few individuals who are in position of influence. And critically important also is the subject of public participation. I think it's only last week that we were in a platform to deliberate on the proposed public participation bill, which is currently has been forwarded to Parliament, and we really want to ensure that this public participation bill makes it possible for us to exercise our sovereign power as a people. So these critical areas, I think, very important. If they are to be fixed, then we believe devolution to addressing some of the promises that is anticipated in the Constitution. So I think sitting here is a rare opportunity for us as civil society to consolidate the people's voice, even as we move towards a devolution conference. So on behalf of KHRC, I just want to issue a very meaningful deliberation, and at the end of the day, we look forward to having a very comprehensive position paper that will inform our engagement during DevCon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give him a hearty clap. Thank you, Cornelius. Thank you, Cornelius, in believing in our vision of devolution. Good remarks there. We're going to invite the next speaker in the program, and then we continue. We have our convener. As he comes, we have our partner Uraya is with us here. They can come and say hi, Uraya. John Kamande from Uraya. Uraya is our partner right from Devolution Conference was announced, and we have been moving with them, and they are supporting us at the Devolution Conference, totally in total measure, in terms of delegates, in terms of side event and everything, and programming and all that. And ACT has paid us for the booth and also for the side pavilion tent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. As mentioned, my name is John Kamande. I work at Uraya Trust. Brief remarks by our ED, who wanted to be here but wouldn't make it because of other competing roles. But before I speak, I want to acknowledge the presence of one of our board trustees, who is present here, Bwana Kawive. Please wave. Yeah, thank you very much. Kawive sits at the board at Uraya Trust. Briefly, and I think just to pick it up from where Mr. Cornelius has left, I think devolution is indeed the jewel in our constitution. It's one of the most transformative legislations, and I think promises of our constitution, and we are very happy to see progress 13 years later. I think this year's conference, as many have alluded to, is different. It's a different conference compared to the previous 8 editions, because it underscores the need for people to have a stronger voice, and not only government speaking to each other. And I think the innovation of side events and the engaging activities that are lined up next week present a very good opportunity for us as citizens and CSOs to meaningfully inform part of the conference resolutions. And I'm aware that that is an advocacy agenda that has been top priority for the Kenya Devolution CSO working group. So indeed, we are achieving some of the things that we have been pushing for all those years. So we're very happy to partner with the working group, together with ACT and other partners, including Twaweza and KHRC. And we are looking forward to have an impactful participation during the event. I think just to mention, and I think it will be said, look out for a side event that is going to happen on day 1, titled Citizen Voices, Devolution at 13. We have lined up, I think, very good discussions that are going to help inform our advocacy moving forward. Asanteni, and bless you.
Thank you so much. Let's give you a hearty clap. John Kamande. I think you know Uraya so much. It has been a grassroots organization, a national platform, but also working with the grassroots CSOs all over the country. And they've been doing a good work, especially civic education. Thank you so much. As Tom Were, the CEO of ACT, will do the remarks later when he comes. He's just around in another meeting somewhere around. So let's go to the main objective of why we are here. The national convener, Kenya Devolution CS Working Group, Evans Kibet, you can come address the gathering. Then from there we shall continue. Our slogan at Kenya Devolution CS Working Group is making devolution work. That's our motto, making devolution work. And our hashtag, as you tweet or on social media sites, is devolution must work. Devolution must work.
Appreciation to my co-convener. A better appreciation than that. Yeah, so as I've been introduced, and I think I introduced myself, I'm Evans Kibet, the current national convener for the Kenya Devolution CSOs working group. I think you've been given, it's shared a lot. We came together way back in 2023, just before the devolution conference then, devolution at 10. And I think it was and Dr. Karanja has said it very well. It was just a realization among CSOs that we don't have a platform, a safe platform, a reliable platform, where we can discuss issues with regards to implementation of devolution, and amplify the citizens' voice on this matter. So since its establishment, I think basically we exist to do to achieve three objectives. Is number one, unify or create platform for collaboration in monitoring implementation of devolution. Number two is also a platform for learning and knowledge sharing among devolution, civil society, and even other practitioners. It's CSO-led, but it's open. Anytime we're having conversations, we also have experts from the private sector, from government, champions, and so on. Thirdly, is also a platform for coordination of our interventions. Though we have not done that so much because we are still growing. So we hope that in future, a space where we'll be discussing who is doing what, where, and we're able to build synergy instead of duplicating, or competing, and yet we are pursuing the same objective. So before I go far, allow me again to join the speakers who have been here to really appreciate first all of you. Tujipigie makofi. For me, I'm very excited. Why? Is because sent out, my apologies, we sent out an invitation, especially to the Nairobi-based strategic CSOs. We sent out I can see people nodding. We sent out very late. I think it's a 1 day notice, and you are here. This is a testament of what devolution means to you as an organization and as a people of Kenya. I think we all appreciate that devolution is a lifeline for Kenyan citizens. In fact, we just had a chat with the session chair, and he was telling me how we have a country where most of the services are assigned to county governments, and county governments, out of a budget of over 3.5 trillion, county governments are getting less than 500 billion. So those are the issues I think this space is supposed to provide for conversations around. I am really excited again because I can see a lot of my seniors. I think majority of us, I think over 50% of us, are people who have been in this space for quite long. You shaped even this conversation. Daktari, I can see you there. A number of us here who have really been, consistent, championing for effective, devolution and just the national values and of governance, even before the Constitution of Kenya 2010. So there is not much to say from our end, is to learn a lot from you. We have called this meeting not to talk at you or just to consult. And I'll briefly say how we got here. Allow me also to appreciate our partners who have held us, our hands right from the time we were formed. As you know, with any network, it doesn't, as you form, probably you are struggling with, structural issues, resource issues. But we've gotten a lot of support from a number of partners directly. And this is ACT, starting with ACT, who is, I think, the brainchild of this network. And in appreciation, of course, in absentia, Tom Were and his team, I think they have really played a key role in making the network stand and supporting our engagements. We have also received a lot of support from Uraia Trust lately, especially around shaping our engagement strategy for this devolution conference that is coming up in Homa Bay, and even supporting the steering committee in thinking about this. I also want to appreciate KHRC. As much as KHRC sits in the steering committee through representation of the organization, they have most of the times extended specific support on certain areas to the steering committee. I'm saying this to challenge us. since if we own this network, each one of us, I'm sure you can find something within our organization. And here we appreciate, including even technical support. Now it's me resource mobilizing here as the convener. Maybe this is the only opportunity I have to ask. We appreciate even when you are coming in here. The first resource is ourselves, you know. So that's why I'm really excited to see the people and the brains in this room. Allow me also to appreciate Twaweza. We've done some partnerships before, especially when we were going to the devolution at 10. Coincidentally, we did a survey together differently, but I think they met somewhere. And again, we are here, and we'll be able to hear what has been done in terms of evidence generation to strengthen our advocacy. So we really, really appreciate Twaweza for agreeing to support, especially this convening. That's why even we got the invitations late. We were not very sure of how this was going to happen. The Royal Embassy of Denmark, Royal Danish Embassy, yes, the Royal Danish Embassy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark in Kenya, I think have been very instrumental, not just financially, but also technically, helping us sometimes to think through some of the processes. In the absentia, allow me to thank them at this early opportunity. Having said that, of course, and all other people, I can't mention all the partners, and now all of us who have come here, receive our sincere appreciation from the steering committee. I also wish to appreciate my steering committee. I think they had been introduced. The work we have done so far, and I'll just highlight some of the milestones because maybe you have questions. Since you were formed, what have you done as a network? But this question is to us, what have we done? And now that will link with why we are here. So all the members of the steering committee from the regions, I hope Gumi told you about the structure, because I've been receiving calls from people, how do I join this network? So the network is an umbrella of CSO, county-level CSO networks. And then we also have a space for strategic organizations. And I think that's where you are here. So by the fact that you are here, you are a member of the Kenya Devolution CSO Working Group. But I think in the structure, the most defined is the one that even participating in the AGM are the county-level CSO networks. We have 71 of them currently in our, registered with us, and then within them there are about 7,000 members and above. I think 7,000 plus, because we keep increasing and updating who are members of those CSO networks. So in the AGM, we have from every county, one male, female, and that makes about 94. And then we have representatives of, persons with disability or special interest groups. And then they at the regional level, they elect members into the steering committee. The steering committee able to elect executive. So we last had our AGM on 30th and 31st, and the issues we are discussing here were also, they came out very strongly. Apparently, it was our analysis of, after the AGM still showed that those issues are still critical for discussion. But before that, just to enumerate some of the things we've done, we started with a devolution at 10 survey, which I think is available. I don't know whether Khalid is in the room. If you have not seen that report, we will be disseminating. Khalid, I was just mentioning your name. The devolution at 10 survey, is it available online? Yeah, I think part of the materials we'll be discussing here is what is in that report, and I will encourage us to continue using that report because it was done comprehensively and adds to the literature and evidence on what people are saying about devolution. Then we embarked on engagement in the devolution conference, and we had so many things we said, but we ended up, prioritizing the issue of transfer of functions and held media engagements, and apparently, or fortunately, it got into the agenda of the conference and got in the attention of the president. And if you remember that time, they said all functions should be transferred within 60 days and the attendant resources. That was, I think, if I remember very well, it was on 14th August 2023. How many days have passed since then? But for us, of course, we saw that was just it was important as a policy pronouncement, and we knew there was a lot of work that needed to be done. And we followed through, knocking doors, visiting some of these offices in physical walk-ins into IGRTC to ask them, what are you doing? You are the office mandated. And to the point where now it was gazetted. At some point it got stuck at the AG's office in terms of gazettement, but through the pressure, and some of us in this room supported in our individual and collective, and finally the functions were gazetted sometimes in 16th December 2024. Since then, I think the jury is out there. Very little has moved, because if where we would see this is the PFM, the budget process. When we went into the division of revenue, it was just adjusted, for those normal adjustments, and counties just got, less than 400, less than 450, in fact, even if we were to go by what is in the 10-point, the counties got, we were anticipating adding to the 272 IGRTCs, functions that are still held at the national level. We are anticipating that we will have 607 billion at minimum. Adding that, adopted based on budget rationalization. But that is still with the national government. And one of the things we have learned along the way is that there is a process, there are people, there's lack of political will generally, because at every step there are hurdles. There is an omnibus bill that is supposed to amend several laws that will facilitate move and also other to counties that has not yet even been tabled at the National Assembly. So the journey is still long, but I think we need to raise our voice on this issue so that at minimum counties are able to undertake the functions, even as we look into costing of these functions and giving them proper or adequate allocations. We've all been monitoring policies at the what's happening at the National Assembly, at the departments, and seeing the implication of them in the access to information policy that was sometimes developed, the public participation bill, lately the constitutional amendment, and I'm happy Katiba is here. They have really helped us in engagement on that constitutional amendment bill by helping us understand the implications and guiding us through the advocacy. So we have done a lot of advocacy around legislations that have bearing on devolution, and also generally promoted collaboration among CSOs on these matters. So as we go to the devolution conference, I think people have said that we were looking to see a citizen devolution conference as a working group. I think that's one of the priorities we had, that we have, because the other devolution conference challenge has been the citizen voice has not been as strong. And we were hoping is something that is still, we were still resource mobilizing, still designing it, but we got an invitation, as has been mentioned, by COG to look at the change of their strategy in this devolution conference. And they said, and I think you've heard it even in the advertisements for is that it's going to be partner-led. In fact, the latest advert in Lyon alisema, this time we are listening to you. That this time the COG during the DEFCON, they are saying we are listening to you. So as a working group, we said we need to speak loudly, clearly, and compellingly, if there is such a word. Loudly, clearly, and compellingly, hoping that we will be able to use that window to push some of these things. So in that regard, we crafted a strategy and say, how do we do that? We went to the AGM, looked at what people said, analyzed the context, prevailing context, and identified 3 issues. And these issues, I think, have been mentioned by Cornelius Odor very well. Number 1 is we see this transfer of function comes to its logical conclusion, where the functions and resources that accompany them go to counties. Secondly, and I think I've mentioned some of the things that require to move the bill and so on. Secondly is the issue of corruption. This was said in our AGM, but also you can see what is happening currently in the governance space. Corruption is a real threat to the promises of devolution. How resources are being used both at the national level and the county level leave very little room for the citizens' priorities or service delivery issues to be addressed. The third issue we prioritized based on the AGM and also analysis of the prevailing context is meaningful public participation. 13 years into implementation, engagement. And in the pre-devolution engagement, we have done a number of things. One is we commissioned a rapid survey because we are not speaking for ourselves. These are the issues, but we want to hear what are the people saying about them. So we commissioned a rapid survey, and it will, I think you've seen in the program, we'll hear how it was done, the methodology, and what is coming out as at now. And this was just circulated all over all the 47 counties, and we'll hear about the responses. Then we also held regional consultative forums virtually because of resource limitation. Some of you, I think, participated and supported us. And also the voice grew even stronger on these issues, and we'll hear some of the issues that are emerging. And then the culmination of it is this consultative forum, which I'm happy to see that we have, a majority of those we invited in the room. What the output would be, as has been mentioned, is that we go into the devolution conference with a unified position as the civil society from across the 47 counties. A clear position on what we want about implementation of devolution. So having developed that paper, luckily with support from Uraia, we have secured and ACT, we have secured a side event that is happening on 13th of August at Homa Bay, within the conference premises or venue between 2 and I'm saying this so that I also ask you to mobilize the delegations. I know some of you are supporting people to come there, supporting county governments to come there. Let's rally people who would rally us behind or rally behind this position. So on 13th of August from 2 to 4, we'll be having a side event, as Commander said, and I think we'll be having the poster shared in this meeting. During that, we have invited a number of stakeholders to discuss these issues, and I can promise you we're going to have a very good conversation because they are very good feedback we are getting from those we have invited, including shaping this discussion even further. So we are talking about all the stakeholders, including the Office of the Attorney General, Parliament, as per the issues we are discussing here, EACC and so on. So during that engagement, we'll expect to hear commitments from these stakeholders, insights from some of them, and more important, of course, is the commitments on how these issues can be addressed. And hopefully we'll inform the main agenda and the resolutions of the main conference, just like we did in 2023. 2023, we were able to get 1 or 2 issues into the resolution and implementation to some extent. So this time, now that we have a side event, we hope to influence, if possible, the entire, the resolutions. If they pick these 3 issues, it will be the greatest joy for us and for me as the national convener. They say, moving forward, we are handling transfer of functions. We want counties to be well financed, to be able to deliver the services to citizens. If they say we have seen corruption as a key issue and we appreciate, we will put all mechanisms, strengthen the anti-corruption infrastructure to combat this issue. Then, and the third one, of course, meaningful public participation. So the position paper is not ours. It is the national CSO position paper. So ensure that your voice is captured. If not during the survey, now you are here physically. The people developing it are here. The technical team is here. Let's input and ensure that it comes out very strongly. As I said, we want to speak loudly, clearly, and compellingly. After that, we will not end at that. We'll have a post-devolution. And I want to say this, hoping that we will secure resources. We have a pre-devolution engagement. And now you are here. Let's think about it. How do we do it? And resources means even if we convene and say we'll meet, I don't know whether Kasarani is open that time. Somewhere in the kwa kiwanja tutakuja. Yeah, that has been a struggle for us because we are a network. We have not secured resources of our own. So we'll have a post-devolution conversation to hear what are the hits, the gains, the misses, and develop a strong advocacy plan, so that we don't wait until 2 years. Then we discover again there are things that have not moved at pace which we wanted. So that is a strategy in general. And having said that, I just want to invite you to this conversation. Let's give our best. There's nobody who has a reserve of knowledge in this place. It's a very, I don't know, is a phenomenon that is, it's just something, a system of governance, but then you look at it closely. Most of us rely on these services, public services, and if not us directly, we have people we have left at homes. Our mothers, our sisters, our siblings, they go to these dispensaries, zenye ziko huko mashinani. So as we speak, in most of the counties, because of the UHC thing, there is a go-slow in those dispensaries in terms of services. Nani anaumia? The citizens. Yeah, reflect where you are coming. I know some of us are lucky, but some of us also, in terms of access to waters, Cornelius had mentioned, in this country, there are people who are still traveling and even 10 kilometers, spending a whole day in search of water. And these are services that are supposed to be rendered by county government. So in engaging this, I want us to love our country, be patriotic, be a bit selfish, think about it, not just as an engagement for the civil society, but as something that will improve the livelihoods of the people of Kenya. And that's why we say devolution must work. So having said that, let me wish us a very fruitful deliberation. And let me take the program back. Sorry for taking a bit longer. Take the program back to the session chair. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Kibet. Iyo makofi jamani. Seriously. Thank you. That's our convener. Kibet has been leading this. It's really hard, and he's actually delivered. Now, I was standing there and I was thinking about something, that it is something that maybe a lot of us don't think about. We are here, we are saying we need devolution to work. And I'm thinking governors should actually be the people funding us to make noise so that devolution works, because automatically they are the guys actually running devolution. But how come they never do it? How come they're always at war with governors? Because nafikiria something like these governors would have put like 10 million per county, fanyeni hii kitu mkuje mtupige support huku tupate pesa mingi kutoka national government. How come they don't do it? And I was thinking there is a possibility, there are some governors, because of their corruption, stuff they've gotten involved in, ukianza kupiga kelele, uitishe pesa mingi, national government inakukujia. You know, that's a possibility. And I think a lot of them, that is what they are suffering from. So they actually caught between a hard place and a rock. And a majority of these governors are only fighters. Unakuja hapo unasema devolution must work. And he knows that you don't want the devolution to work. You can actually advocate for more funding. Attacking. So how do we resolve such issues? Because I think that is one of the weak links we have. Not getting support from governors, and yet we are here advocating for devolution. Sasa hata national government shinango, sasa hawa, where are you? Kwa bone ama kwa meat? We get lost in the process. Then the other thing is, we have bare minimum 15%. I was just, when you tu nani amesema, we have a budget of, we're almost hitting 4 trillion. Sindio? Budget 3.5? It's 4.2 trillion. Can you imagine 15? Kwa sababu ukiambia mtu, if you come to me and tell me, give me bare minimum 100 bob, why do you think I'll give you 200 bob? I'll give you the 100 bob. Na kwa sababu nataka kukua mzuri ni kupatie 110. That is what you're all suffering from. Even the bare minimum. And I also think the people who are actually behind this underestimated the power of devolution. Because when you talk about health, 90% of health issues is devolved. Sio kweli? But can you imagine, that is health. We talk about TVETs, vocational training, they're all devolved. Sio kweli? ECDs are all devolved. That is where money should be. And yet a guy is giving you 15.01% out of 4.2 trillion. I think kuna kashida. And for those people who will be going for devolution, my friend, kuna watu wataki diplomacy. Na jenzi wametuonyesha diplomacy saa zingine ifanyangi job. We need to hit it hard. So all the best for those people who will be attending. Now, so the next, I understand the tell us whether it is ready. Now, this is what we want to do. We said that we need to be seen to be doing something. People need to know that we're having a conference on devolution. So ni ukweli, we said we need to be seen to be doing something. So Avat, give me this. I know we all know social media. We are all on social media. Before we go for tea break, we are all on social media. Tafadhali. We need, these are our hashtags. Timiza ugatuzi, demokrasia yetu, devolution at 13. Timiza ugatuzi, demokrasia yetu, devolution at 13. Those are our hashtags. Then we need to tag. We need to tag Twaweza _KE. Twaweza, andika tu, probably you and we Twaweza _KE. I hope I'm right. It's not hyphen, it's underscore. Then we have the KHRC. The KHRC. Then we have Uraia Trust. Tag. Uraia Trust. Twitter tukafanya marathon for 15 minutes. Trust me, this one will trend. Tagging and hashtagging. Sawa. So hizo tumeziandika. So after, we can start doing it after tea break. The first 3 minutes, that's what we are going to do. Sawa. Otherwise, I think tea is ready. Yes. Now. Hello. Time. Jacob, please confirm. Do we have Twitter handles for our regional blocks? Who has a Twitter? Which block has a Twitter handle? Which block has a Twitter handle? Tuweke hapa. Nani wako proactive? Kukuwa na Twitter handle. #Sereb iko. @Sereb iko. Where is Chris? Let me come in. Sorry. Hello, let's sit to start. Tafadhali. Yes. Haya, at Maskani 254 utaongezea. At Maskani 254. Hey. At Maskani 254 iongezewe hapo. Transparency. Hashtag nini at Twitter handle yenu ni gani? At TI Kenya. Hello. At TI Kenya iongezwe. TI Kenya iongezwe. Haya, mimi nangotia watu wakae chini ndio tuanze. Timekeeper, watu wamekataa kukaa chini. Okay, guys. Mimi ndaongea kilugha. Now we are we are running short of time, and we are running kindly tafadhali. Now we have thank you. This is it. Tulisema the first 3 minutes tunaanza hii. I hope every single person here apart from me, Jacob najua hujafanya, every single person amefanya hizi na amefanya hivi. The people who are taking photos, do we have a central place where unajua naweza sema tunafanya pre-conference kwa hewa? Please share photos and it should be continuous. Anytime you want to drink water, you drink water na unatuma, si ni kweli? So this is it. And I had asked, Do we have any regional block with a Twitter account? Kibet, shida iko hapa. Can you imagine tuko na regional blocks zenye hazina Twitter account? So, if you know you are a chair of your regional block or you are representative of a regional block here, can you create a Twitter account now? And then, tukimalizia, tutaziongeza hapo and then we, sini ukweli, so that it goes far and wide. Tulisema we need to amplify our voices. Sasa hii ni ile. Sawa sawa? So allow me to actually recognize there's a gentleman who came baadaye na tu kumupatia opportunity. Anaitwa Mr. Patrick Nyangweso, Chief Executive Officer, National Taxpayers Association. Pesa zetu haki yetu. When you are kiare? And my God. Do we occupy him? Just say hi. Just say hi.
Hi members. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm very proud to be with you. The journey has just started. Thank you so much.
Now we want to welcome this. I understand media is around. Unajua watu wa media kuna so we need to align to their time. So we had said we'll do two surveys. We'll brief 5 minutes from ACT and from Twaweza. But I want to give this to our convener kwa sababu ndiye anaorganize media. There's something that we need to do before we just go for media. There's something that we need to do. And then we are back, yeah? We are back. What to our online? Please, you are online. So you are in that space. So you #Miza Ugatuzi Devolution. Demokrasia yetu. Kindly tag at the KHRC at Tenda Sasa at Twaweza _KE at Maskani 254 at TI-Kenya at Comnet at KDCWG -KE. Kindly do so. Karibu sana Bet.
So I think I'm not the one coordinating the media. It's Chris Owala, but we need representatives of the regions, and I don't know a few of us here to join. It's downstairs. Yeah. So I don't know how we select so that the press has been printed. We'll be able to see what the issues are. What we are discussing here, so that because those those guys they are time bound in terms of getting to the prime time. So one per region. I know we have regional reps here, and then maybe I can be calling. Ama niambie iko wapi? Who knows all of us here probably. Ngumi. Unaweza identify watu. Usiangalie sura. All these people are equal. we are all made in the image of God. So but for the you can just point out a few of us, maybe like 10. I don't know. They can proceed as we go. Secondly, we have talked about the 3 issues that we will be taking to the DevCon. We want endorsers of our position paper. So what I've asked to do because we don't have a lot of time. This place I've asked Khalid to prepare a list of endorsers. So this is voluntary. If you think those are priority issues or no, we'll be inputting what we think should be captured as specifically that needs to be done around those 3 issues. That's what we'll be collecting from this meeting also during the plenary. But then having that it might take time for each one of us to append our signatures and so on. So the form will go in advance even as we go on. So it will be your name, your organization, phone and email, and then your signature. But with of course the logo of the Kenya Devolution CSO Working Group. So if it goes around now, you know what you are endorsing. Yeah, thanks.
So we shall have several categories, at least for us to have a nice presser. Let's have Gen Z, Kaka. I understand you're one of the Gen Zs. Kaka, Wakili Kaka, advocate of the High Court of Kenya. Yeah. The steering committee members can leave, can get out kidogo. The national CSOs, Boaz, Cornelius. We also have African Voices Foundation. We have TI, Tisa, Sonia. We recognize the presence of Sonia, who is representing Diana Gichengo from TISA, Institute of Social Accountability. Can also join outside there. We have county reps. The county coordinators, Imwere, Jackson Mutunga. You can.
Hi. Watu wa media wamesema tufanye saa 6. Poleni. Oh, you can still move. Oh, discuss. Okay, fine. Discussion iendelee. So who else is leaving? Uraia? Who else? Some ladies.
From Kajiado, PWDs from Kajiado. Northeastern FDGC, Mohammed.
You know, I'm worried I might be left here alone. Haya, now we can proceed. Let's have some silence. Tafadhali, if you are leaving, kindly. Nasi wametoka mapema sana, 45 minutes. Okay, then we can proceed. I understand Sonia has also left from TISA. Then anybody else who came late and we never got to know you. Kuna mtu alikuja baadaye na kujiintroduce kwa sababu ni vizuri tujuane. Wametoka? Haya, now we will go back to the program. No, I don't even know where my program is. Where? Okay. We'll go back to the program. Dr. Karanja. Sorry? Okay. We will do, we have two that we need to present. One of them from Kenya Devolution CSO working group is just some findings. It's not complete. Atatupatia tu dakika 5 their findings, and then we'll have the next one from Twaweza National Survey on Citizen Participation. So, Dr. Karanja, karibu sana.
Okay, asanteni sana. My name is Michael Karanja, and I will be giving a presentation on a survey we have done. It is still work in progress. This is a survey we have been doing for the last 2 weeks or so as KDCWG. Carried, you're right there, okay. So the survey is titled Citizens' Perception on Devolution, and we have been doing it in the 47 counties just to see what citizens are saying as regards some issues on devolution, especially the 3 key themes that we want to inform or to inform the position paper during the devolution conference. So those themes are citizens' perceptions on the transfer of functions, then accountability by the government, and then public participation in governance processes. So we were working on those 3 themes and asking questions. We have managed to reach 2,250 participants, which is quite representative of the 47 counties. So keep moving. Carried. Oh, it's carried? Move the slides. Okay. So we have managed to reach 2,250 participants across the 47 counties. So all the counties have been represented in the survey. And apart from that, we have done regional forums. We wanted to do 8 regional forums. Okay. So online participants, you are also welcome to reason. Them, those who are hanging, there are some online participants who have not been admitted. Please admit. So we have done 6 regional forums so far, just to try and see or to listen to the qualitative views from them to explain the figures that we have. So that 8% of our respondents were female and 62 were male. So keep moving the slides as I go. I'll move very fast because I have 5 minutes. In terms of the findings, okay, the age of the respondents, we have quite a number who are 5 years and below, nearly half of them. So youth well represented. In terms of levels of education, again, 80% have at least a college certificate. So people who are well versed with issues and giving informed answers to what we were asking them. Also inclusive, with 9% of the respondents living with a disability. So we have the voices of people with disabilities. So as regards perception on devolution, move to the next slide. Perception on devolution, go back. Okay, yeah. So I don't want to touch on those points because this is what we also want to get from you. So just move to the next one with the graphs. So we were asking the participants, how satisfied are you with the devolution? And you find that 50% of the respondents are saying they are partially satisfied. 17% are satisfied. We really want it to succeed. Devolution must work. So the reason why they are saying they are satisfied, for those who are satisfied, is because the services are closer to the people. 67 are saying the reason is services are closer to the people. Some are saying there is good citizen engagement and there is inclusive development, but that's only 12% and 11%. Next slide. For those who are dissatisfied with devolution, 53% cited poor accountability. They're saying there is that kind of devolved corruption, and that's why they don't feel satisfied. And 19% are also talking about poor citizen engagement. Although devolution was supposed to enhance citizen engagement in decision making, 19% are saying it's poor. That's why they are dissatisfied with devolution. Next slide on transfer of functions. We also asked them about transfer of functions, how they feel about it. And 74% are saying that the national government should not hold funds meant for counties. And 76% are saying these funds should immediately be released to the counties. In the qualitative, we're also asking them the consequences of delayed transfer of resources to counties. And they were saying that it really affects service delivery, especially health, where people go to hospitals and find there are no drugs, and issues to do with agriculture, where there are very limited services to the citizens from the county officials. So a lot of responses also data from the qualitative, which we are going to put in the report. In terms of accountability of the resources, again, we were asking them whether they are satisfied with accountability for resources by the government, and 68%. Are you there? The accountability for resources. The one with 3 graphs, yeah, that one. 68% are saying they are not satisfied with accountability for resources by county governments. 75% are not satisfied with transparency in awarding contracts. They are saying there is a lot of corruption in awarding of contracts in the counties. And 51% are also not satisfied with availability and quality of services by county government. The devolved services such as health, agriculture, water, slightly more than half are saying they are not satisfied with the availability and quality of those services. And 14%, only 14% are satisfied with that, which is quite low. In terms of accessibility of county plans and budgets, 52% were saying they are not satisfied with the accessibility of county plans and budgets by county government, and 30% are partially satisfied. So the ones who are satisfied are only 18%. And they are saying, although the data is supposed to be available in websites, this data is in most cases outdated. So it's very difficult to hold counties accountable without access to these important documents in a timely manner. Asked about the fight against corruption, 74% of the participants are saying they are not satisfied with the fight against corruption by government, and only 12% are satisfied. We also asked them whether they have ever witnessed corruption or misuse of resources in government. 72% said they have witnessed or suspected corruption or misuse of resources in government, which is a very high number. And asked which level of government, 76% are saying they have witnessed corruption or misuse of resources in the county government. So although we talk a lot about national government, the respondents are saying they have witnessed a lot of this in the county government. And asked whether they have reported that corruption that they have witnessed, 64% are saying they have never reported. So they have witnessed, but majority never report. And when asked for those who have reported, when asked whether action was taken, 80% are saying no action was taken. So they report, but no action was taken. And for those who have not reported, which we have seen are the majority, the reasons why they have not reported, first of all, they feel nothing will be done. That's that 7%, and that 4% I have little trust in the system, so they don't trust much will be achieved. There are also some who are saying they fear retaliation, because when you report, it means you also have to prove what you are saying, and you have to be a witness. So those people you are reporting probably may retaliate. Some of them are saying they are uncertain about reporting procedures. So if you witness corruption, where are you supposed to report it? So some of them are not aware where they are supposed to report. Are you supposed to go to the police or to who? In terms of citizen engagement, go to the slide on citizen engagement. you find a slight majority of the participants saying they have participated in public participation. About half of them, which is an increase, because previous surveys have shown lower numbers, but the ones who we reached have participated. And many of them have participated more than twice. About 55% participated have participated more than twice in those meetings. And then when asked what form of participation, many of them are talking about face-to-face or physical participation as the most common. That's 48%. 17% have presented a memoranda. 6% have participated online, which is quite low because, as we know, many youth like engaging online. So we need to think about how to engage them more using online methods, because many of them may not be willing to go to the face-to-face meetings. In terms of notice given for the participation process, only 30% said they were given adequate notice. That's the next slide. Yeah, only 30%. Meaning they were not aware, many of them were not aware that these meetings were happening. When asked whether they were provided with documents in advance, the budget documents, all those required documents that are needed, or that relate the agenda for the public participation, only 17% said the documents were provided in advance, with many saying they got them that morning of the public participation forum. Also, when asked whether adequate time was provided for participation, only 19% were saying adequate time was available. Because they were saying these people come late for the public participation and only give 2 or so 3 hours to listen to the views, but most of the time is also used explaining. So they rarely take time to get views from the public. Also, when asked whether documentation of the previous public participation meeting was adequately done, only 16% were saying documentation of the previous meetings were done. So meetings are happening, but people say their views are not being recorded, because from the next slide, you see that only 15% are saying outcome of the previous participation forums were shared. So the officials come and they don't share the outcomes of the previous. Like the priorities that were shared during the last forum, they don't present them to show that this is what you said you want, this is what we have done. So they come looking for new priorities before sharing about the previous outcomes from the previous meeting. And also, only 20% of the participants felt their input influenced county government decisions. So they feel like they are giving their inputs, but the decisions that come out from the government are different from what they said. So only about a quarter feel their input is influencing government decisions. So we need to ask ourselves, how can we improve public participation process for it to cease being used as a rubber stamp rather than a genuine way to involve public in governance. So I think I'll end there. I don't want to go through the suggestions because we want to harvest also from you as much as possible. So I think I'll stop there. Apologies for taking more than 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. I wasn't sure. Asante sana daktari. I think some of these things, we are familiar with. These guys are out there, are just have issues. We don't get to see what we want. Now, tujapigia daktari makofi. Sio ni kazi poa. Sasa unajua we get, you know, the more you get to hear something, the more it sinks, the more even when you go out there you're able to articulate it vizuri. Na sasa ulisikia pahali kwa room kama hii. Wakakuona huko nje, they think you did the research. Si ni ukweli? So it's good to have these things. Now, we'll have someone else from Twaweza. And before Twaweza, as he was doing his presentation here, I remember, I could actually tell there are some people who actually corrupted to get a tender somewhere. Na ndiye alikuwa kelele huko juu. Ati hao ni wako? Hao ni wakora. Truth be told, out of all of us here, hey, hello sir. I've not seen you. So, all of us here, probably 80% have not corrupted someone, or you've not been a perpetrator of the same. Tuongee tu. Unajua saa zingine ni vizuri kufungua roho. Ndio hata Mungu atusamehe. It's true, yeah? So what happens is that you are complaining about a system that you're actually propelling, that you're actually sabotaging. Let me use that word. If you work for my NGO, unajua siku hizi nasikia mpaka civil society na cartels. See, that's true. Si ni wengi? The same way there are cartels in politics. So huwezi kuwa daktari na wewe ni mgonjwa at the same time. So I'm just trying to kuangalia your report. Daktari ametuambia a lot of people out there are complaining governance does not work, where atusikilizani, participation. Then kesho utampata kwa hiyo county government akisema hapana. Wewe tu nipatie yako kabarabara. 20% ni yako. Na mlikuwa naye wapi? Public participation. So I think we need to kind of propel good governance starting with us, even in that house of yours. Because this thing will only work when there is goodwill. Si ni ukweli? It will only work when there is goodwill. Otherwise we can keep rotating, and then we'll come here, devolution at 20. Half of these people will not probably be around. Tutakuwa tumezeeka na tumeenda. So we don't want to have the same report, the same resolutions, devolution at 20. Sindio? So goodwill is important. So I'll take this opportunity. Nikaribishe Twaweza, yuko wapi? There's a survey that you're supposed to share. Oh, she's okay. Where is my program? Okay. Before she does, I want to recognize two people. They've just come and they are very key. Hello sir. Tafadhali amka utusalimie. Huyu anafanya County Governance Watch. Ni wale wase wanatuambia nini inaendelea. Karibu. Just your name, what you do, and that's it. Less than a minute. Citizen engagement between leaders and that's basically what we are doing here. Sawa sawa. Then I saw someone and I would have wanted, I've never met her. Please, karibu sana. You know, I looked at you and I was like, I've seen this face somewhere. Say hi. Less than 30 seconds.
Hi everyone, my name is Jerry from Power 254, and I'm also an investigative journalist, and I'm happy to be here.
Does that face look familiar? Does that face look familiar? Mliona expose ya watoto wa miaka 13 ya Maima hiyo? Mliona? Good job. Hata tusipokuja kwa street na nyinyi mkichapo chapo, hata kuja Tanzania, we always pray for you because I don't want to find myself in Tanzania. Sawa sawa. So we are going to welcome sana daktari. She's online? Yes. So karibu sana.
Morning. Hello. I've lost you. Hi. Yeah, I can now get you.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. James Shearer. I work for Twaweza East Africa. I'm a senior data analyst as well as the country lead. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to make it to the meeting, but to be happy to participate online. And before you is some work that we did some times back, whereby we collected some information just to complement to what Daktari has just shared. Because especially when it comes to research, it's also good to complement one another and also to echo whatever has been mentioned, such that we can be able to make this process more independent and more transparent. So this is just a confirmation. And next slide, please. So the title of my presentation is Government by the People. These are Kenya citizens' views and experience on democracy and participation. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we normally have a platform called Sauti za Wananchi, which is an interactive way in which we collect information, the realities, experiences, and perspective about citizens. So what we normally do, we normally capture this information through surveys. These are phone-based surveys, and we package this information. And then when we package it, we are able to share with policymakers and other stakeholders. So we conducted a study. Next slide, please. We conducted a study some times back, in March this year, and the sample size was 3,658. I'm trying to be as fast as possible to ensure that I'm able to be able to spend just 5 minutes sharing this. So the sampling method, as you see, it's random, multi-stage stratified sampling design. And our focus was those aged above 18 years. It was computer-assisted telephonic survey. Actually, given that it was nationwide survey, we could not be able to do this within a short time. So we had to use phones for us to be able to reach out to all these people across the country. The sampling error is ±2, and that's linked now to the sample size of 3,658. And we are the ones who funded the survey. So just to give the background, as you understand, the 2010 Constitution made things quite work, especially when it comes to devolved, whereby the government can be able to have get closer to the wananchi, and it also introduced another aspect of public participation that was really missing in the previous constitution. So it in a way made wananchi get to participate actively in the governance process, planning, budgeting, oversight, and all that. So they are more involved, or it is enshrined, or makes things easy for wananchi to participate in all this. And the good thing is that most county governments have already passed the public participation laws and policies in terms of implementation. Unfortunately, we have been having stumbling blocks, but I'm happy that the Public Participation Bill 2025 is now underway at the Office of Attorney General. So this one will be able now to harmonize all the public participation laws and policies across all the counties. Next slide, please. Yeah, now let's start on democracy. Majority of citizens are dissatisfied with how democracy is working. Just to re-echo what Daktari said, it's like over 50%. If you combine those satisfied and not satisfied, around 65%, that is 2 out of 3 of wananchi are not satisfied. Yes, they are happy with the devolution, they support it and all that. Unfortunately, the way it's being implemented, they are not quite satisfied. And as you can see across different aspects, demographic characteristics, you can see starting with those aged below 24, across the ages, you can see the level of dissatisfaction when it comes to education level. Urban, rural, you can see, and the regional differences where we have high supports in Rift Valley and Nyanza and low support in Central region, which clearly echoes what's happening across the country. Next slide, please. Yeah. Among the main reasons for dissatisfaction, because you had to dig deeper to understand why wananchi is dissatisfied with governance issues. And those who are completely satisfied, let's be a little bit positive. They say we can freely express views even against the government, that's 5%. Issues to do with good governance among the minority who support, who are completely satisfied. But among the majority who are not, who are fairly or completely unsatisfied, poor governance came as #1 reason, almost 2 out of 10, almost 20%. Abduction of those who oppose the government. This is something that has been in the media for the past several months. There's no free expression, similar to what I'd mentioned before. We have fake promises by elected leaders. That's been something that has been going on, whereby leaders make promises but they're unable to fulfill and all that. So these are some of the reasons that were pointed out by wananchi why they are not satisfied with democracy. Next slide. Yeah, citizens strongly agree that they should be allowed to criticize the government. Yes, it's based on the 2010 constitution. Citizens have to air their concerns in terms of oversight and all that. Unfortunately, it's not happening. So we found that around 84% said citizens should be allowed to criticize the government when they believe it has done something wrong. So for them to criticize the government, they know that it's the right. The same number that democracy and rights are important factor in whether or not development is happening. So you can see to what extent wananchi believe that it's their right for them to point out when issues are not done in the right way. Next slide. Yeah. Let's now get to participation, because that's key to this discussion. And citizens strongly, most citizens feel that public should be more active in questioning. Sorry, I think there's something wrong. Next slide, please. Yeah, most citizens feel that public should be more active in questioning the action of their leaders. So what we did here, just like what we had shown there, it was at national level, whereby we have the 87% where they think that this is supposed to happen. We had to segregate this by gender, whereby we find more women believe that compared to women, 90 to 84%. And Nairobi has the highest compared to other regions. And in terms of age groups, the numbers are almost the same. But when it comes to education, we find the more educated you are, the more you know your rights. And as you can see, the numbers are quite high. And from the two charts, you can see it's just like a mirror image of the other one. So in terms of them knowing their rights and that they need to actively participate, you can see things seems to be constant. But when it comes to education level, as the number of years in which you have spent in school goes high, the higher the awareness level. Next slide, please. Yeah, citizens are split on handling of public participation in meeting. So we found that 42% said that I would attend a public participation meeting regardless of the agenda or topic to be discussed. So that's almost 4 out of 10. And 58% say that I would attend a public participation meeting if the issue is of interest to me. So what matters most for somebody to, there has to be some enticement on why someone has to attend this. Yes, 4 out of 10 believe that they are supposed to attend, but now whenever something of interest that is being discussed, you find that there is high participation. 44% say people should attend public participation meeting without expecting any form of incentive. I think this has been a problem, and I need also to point out, even as NGOs, we normally give incentive for people to attend, of which we are making things work extremely difficult, even if we are fighting for their rights, because one, they need to be served. But from what you see, 44% believe that we should not expect any incentive for you to participate. 56% that there should be incentive like water, lunch, and transport and facilitations and all that, and mostly that's what we normally do. But 44% that because I have interest in whatever is being discussed, whether I get this or not, I have to attend because I know this is where my future is. Next slide, please. Yeah, citizens are split on handling of public participation meeting. We found that 44% do agree that they would attend, that's at national level. We find as we disagree by age, the result seems to be the same. Across the region, age groups, and all that. But we found when it comes to household wealth, we find the poor people, or those who are not doing well economically, would be quite happy to be incentivized to attend this forum. And it's extremely evidence that because maybe they have wasted a day and they were supposed to be engaged in another economic activity, so it's quite reasonable for you to provide that facilitation. Next slide, please. Yeah, most citizens have engaged in political conversation in the past 1 year. And basically that clearly indicates that citizens are quite active. Whenever something is happening within their locality, they're there to discuss. But the most amazing thing is that they only most of them, 78%, that's almost 8 out of 10, they discuss with their friends. And very few normally go ahead to bring these issues to public participation meeting, attend rallies, and also share this with elected people. So the numbers goes down. So one of the questions we asked ourselves, if these people are engaging amongst themselves, how come when it comes to the right channels to forward their issues, why is the number low? Let's proceed, because you're going to get the answer on why the number seems to be quite low. So the same thing we also did, disaggregated that, because you have the social media, those who contacted officials and all that across the age group, and they can see it's quite evident when it gets to education level, the higher the education level, the more people discuss with their colleagues. So there's that element of apathy among the educated, because maybe they understand the same system, they interact and they have engaged these people and they've seen how they react. Next slide, please. Yes, so 2 out of 3 citizens have contributed towards construction or maintenance of a public facility. Now, yes, in a way they are not dissatisfied when it comes to all this, but to find that if there's something that they need to do physically, I'll provide cash. We find that many people are much more than willing to do that. What does this one tell? When it comes to issues to do with discussion, the numbers are quite low. But when it comes for them to contribute in terms of their time and money, we find that they are quite active. So what's the problem? And that's what we are going to uncover in the next few slides. Next slide, please. Yeah, so from that 4 out of 10 of citizens attend public participation meeting in the last year, and 2 out of 10 asked question or raised issues at such meeting. Yeah, the number seems to be going low, because if 4 out of 10 attended public participation, you need to ask ourselves, what about the 6 out of 8? Why they have heard but they are not willing to participate? So what can we do so that we can raise that number from 4 out of 10 to something like 7 or 8 out of 10? Then we have to dig deeper to understand why they're not willing to participate. And the other thing that is quite shocking, even those who participate, half, that is 2 out of 10, do raise and ask questions. What's the reason why they not willing, even those who participate, why they not really willing to ask questions? Next slide, please. Yeah, the most common discussed topic, even among those people who attend, it's about infrastructure, something that tangible that can be seen. And our leaders normally take pride on that ni mimi nilijenga hii barabara, ni mimi nilileta maji na mambo kama hayo, because they already know what the catchy issues that they need to address, issues to do with road, water, and these are the issues that normally dominate these meetings, issues to do with health, security, education. But when it comes to county bills at the bottom there, issues to do with drug abuse, cost of living, youth empowerment, I think they are at the lowest level in this profile, a clear indication that the pressing issues, yes, infrastructure is there to be addressed, but now when it comes to issues to do with the empowerment, scrutinizing bills and all that, the numbers are quite low. Next slide, please. Yeah, most citizens reported that they are given space to speak at public participation. Yes, the meetings are organized, because you can see 89 out of 10, they believe kila kitu iko sawa, the meetings are well organized and all that. They are given space to speak, to air their grievances and all that. But now, do they trust the people they are forwarding these issues? Next slide. Yeah, most citizens say it is difficult to influence county decisions and to access details on county government matters. Yes, these are the safeguarded issues, because they know that that's what matters most. As in, decisions are made somewhere else, as you can see, and we did like a profile whereby we collected information 2018, 2023, and 2025. As you can see there, it's like a U-shaped whatever chart, because in 2018 the numbers were quite low in terms of influencing county decision. The number went high in 2023, but it's like we are going back. In 2025 the number seems to be going low. In terms of accessing information, the same trend, it's from what you have just seen, as in critical information in terms of budgetary legislation and project plan. I think our politicians have decided that we are not going to give access to these issues, which are quite key in terms of budget allocation and all that, so that these people come, they raise issues and all that, but it's like our politicians have all agreed that they are not going to do anything, given that they have already made decisions elsewhere. Next slide. Yeah, citizens see public inputs to planning processes as a means to inform the public on what has already been decided. I've just mentioned this because, and basically that's the one of the reasons why there's that apathy. Yes, there's 6 out of 10 do not participate, and basically this is some of the reasons that they gave out, that not only at national level, although at national level number seems to be quite higher than compared to the county government, but generally you find that one of the main reasons is that they believe that decisions have been made elsewhere. For them, they are just used to rubber stamp, just to tick boxes that there were these people to collect signatures and all that, just to fulfill the requirements that A, B, and C meetings happen, but most of the decisions do happen elsewhere. Next slide, please. Yeah, most citizens have never seen or had any consultation taking place about the government, county government planning. So found that 8%, almost 6 out of 10 say that hawajaisikia mambo kama hayo. And when you disaggregate the findings by age, you find those people who participate most ni wale wazee, where the Gen Zs and all that, the numbers are quite low. In terms of employment, you find the number seems to be almost the same. Income, those people who are lowly paid, the number seems to be high, and those with high income, the number seems not to be as high, although it's in that neighborhood. A clear indication that yes, whatever happens, but when it comes to consultation, watu wachache sana do participate in such activities. Next slide, please. As I wind up. Yeah, issues to do with trust, because that's one of the main reason we found why the participation level is low, that citizens have more trust in Gen Z. The same thing that happened a couple of weeks or months ago. They trust Gen Z, and not just trusting Gen Zs. It's like a way to show dissatisfaction. Yeah, that's just one avenue. There are so many avenues, but they trust Gen Zs. In terms of their governance, the trust seems to be somehow higher compared to the media. MCAs at that number are at 24%. Although, as you can see here, the number seems to be quite low. So, in terms of those people who channel their interest, whom do citizens trust more? If the GNC is coming high, and as you can see here, when it comes to the MCA, the number seems to be quite high. Parliamentarian, the number seems to be quite low, 24 and whatever, a quarter of what the trust the wananchi have to their MCA. And county executive officers, you can see how the numbers are. So these are clear indication that maybe the MC who normally have interaction on daily basis with the wananchi, they have more trust because they can be able to resonate with the challenges that they are going through. Next slide, please. Yeah, we did that based on different demographic characteristics, and you can see the numbers when it comes to age, and they resonate well with Gen Z issues. In terms of education level, you find the higher education level, the more trust they have on youth-led movements and all that. But generally, the numbers are quite low, even with the media, whom the wananchi used to trust a lot. The clergy, the number is also low. The same thing with social media, because if decisions are made somewhere else, then I think they need to find, our policy makers need to find avenues in which wananchi can be able to trust the process. Next slide, please. Yeah, trust in elected representation is also highly linked to demographic factors. The trust, according to our governors, is at 30, because we asked whom they would trust among the three elected members. We have the governor, the MCs, the MP, and the president. As you can see, I think the numbers speaks for themselves, and let's move to the next slide, because there is more trust on governor, the promises, and it's quite evident because they control the budget and all that. They decide whether it's road A, B, or C that to be constructed, because our MCs are just there to implement what the governor has just passed. Next slide, please. Yeah, the main reason given for trusting particular group and institution is that they actively advance citizens' views. As I mentioned before, as you can see, Gen Z is ranked number 1. We have the media, the governor, and all that. So these are clear indications on what need to be done. If Gen Z's movement can be well linked with the media and probably the clergy and all that, we can have a force that can be trusted by wananchi. I think the governor also comes at the top. What can we do to have direct engagement with the governor? Because they have the budget, they need to understand our priorities so that they can act upon them. Next slide, please. Yeah, citizens see the country as not doing well at respecting the constitution, but doing better at devolution. So we asked this question: how satisfied are you with the direction the country is heading in the following areas? Respect for the constitution and the rule of law. The numbers are quite low. I think it's 40% or no 44%. Devolution and its implementation, the number is slightly higher. So they have a lot of expectation in terms of how devolution is implemented, but when it comes to the rule of law, I think so many wananchi are quite satisfied with where the country is heading. Next slide, please. Yeah, citizens are divided on whether the country is doing well on citizen participation and freedom of speech. This is how we wanted to understand how satisfied are you with the direction the country is heading in the following areas. Citizen participation, the number is low, and in terms of encouraging freedom of speech, the number is slightly high, but generally, because it's less than half, wananchi are not quite happy with the way citizen participation issues are handled. At the same time, the way the freedom of speech is managed by our policy makers and other stakeholders. So these are the key areas that we need to address, especially as we head to the devolution conference next week. These issues need to be amplified further so that the government can be able to understand that wananchi are not happy, and if we are there to stand for them, these are the issues that we need to have them address such that we can have meaningful public participation. Lastly, in case of any question, I'm there to can spend a few things. This is just a summary of what I've just mentioned, that democracy seems not to be working, although wananchi are quite happy. But we have challenges. There is a lot of skepticism, and government at both levels have a lot to do to reach out to citizens. And when it comes to trust, there is a lot of skepticism in all areas. So wananchi need to have more accountable leaders. They need to understand the issues that they are going through, and some of the main key decisions that they make in the boardroom, they need to involve wananchi more. Thank you, and God bless you.
Hello. Kumekuwa na interruption kadogo. Tumpigie daktari makofi tafadhali. Makofi yenye atasikia akiwa online. Asante sana Dr. James. And I think we have a lot. Please note, kuna kitu kama hii iko kwa meza yako. There's something like this. Kwa meza yako. Kindly scan the report you just had. Utaipata hapa. So when you go home, you can easily, at your own time, to go through it. Sindio? So please scan this. The report is here. That makes it a lot easier for a lot of us. Sini sawa? Now, we are going to the next session. But, ametoka. There is something that, before ni welcome Chris, there's something that I saw when I was standing there. And I read it. And if you don't mind, we can all read it. Maoni muhimu kutoka kwa wananchi. If we had members of parliament here, all of them, ni wananchi? No. Let's talk. Are they citizens? No. Saa zingine ni vizuri to call it as it is. If we had MPs in this room, are they citizens? Are they citizens? I don't want details. I want a yes or a no. Staki details. If MPs were in this, hello. Oh, anachukua hiyo bana. Tafadhali. Apology accepted. It's okay. So we all agree, yes or no, they are citizens, ndio? Ni wenye tunaita nani? Wananchi. So if today they decided to say, wananchi tumeongea, would you contest that in court? Tuongeeni. Unajua saa zingine kuna saa zingine tunaingianga kwa deep end na tujui kuogelea. If they said, mumesema maoni ya mwananchi ni muhimu. Sisi ni wananchi. Would you contest that? Kevin, ongea tu kweli. Would you contest that one, maoni yao has wananchi, it's important? What is correct? Yes. Whose views? No. They are here giving their views. It does not depend what is being discussed. Bottom line niwa. So if as citizens or people attending public participation stand and say our views kama wananchi hawakutilia maanani. Wananchi is who? Because even those people who receive our opinions are wananchi. Ama aje Njeri? Unaona aje? Am I making sense? Just talk and then niambie Chris aingie.
Must be qualitative, quantitative, and must have a proof. So you have to say how many people participated, representing who. So kwa sababu hata ile inafanywa huko kwa MCA huko kwa field, wanakuja wanasema kwa uwanja hapo, wananchi tumesema ni haya, we don't know how many, wametoka area gani, disabled represented, the poor represented, women represented. And by the way, sometimes hata wakichukua tujui kama hiyo maoni ina influence the decision.
It's food for thought. It's food for thought. Karibu Chris.
Dr. James Sierra and Dr. Michael Karanja. Mine will be easier. I will just want to take your views, plenary. But before I go there, the other day we had an engagement, an online engagement. And we were told that civil society is over-cooperating with the government. I don't know whether it's true or false. At county government level, most of us, we are co-opted to the extent that we feel part of the government. It might not be true at national government, but we are being told. Then two, we are being told that we are over-lamenting without providing solutions. The book of lamentation. It's too much on us. How I wish, sometimes back when we were young, I'm an old man now. I remember Kavivi when we were NCC movement. Then people were canvassing this country day and night because we wanted a change. But I don't know, the change came and we became complacent. Most of us see civil society space is no longer a calling, but it's a job like any other job. I might be wrong, but that's what is coming out here. We rarely go deeper and shake even the government. We complain county government is corrupt, but you dine with them. We become our darling. If there's your clan person, that's a good one. If it's not your clan, that's a bad one. If it's in your tribe, it's a good leader, provided they come from your community. So mine will be easier, and we chapter 15 institutions, or 59 institutions. A listener, a participant from Bungoma told us that he went to Ethics and Corruption Office to report a case at the assembly. And the one he went to complain against, we found drinking tea with the anti-corruption officer. Today, as we are going to Homa Bay, the Homa Bay is building an office which is going to be opened by the president in the week, but with a loan which was not guaranteed by National Treasury. The PS has written a letter confirming that. So when you look at many things that are happening in our midst, civil society fear going litigation route. For civil society, we want to finish our work in the workshop. So mine was just open the plenary, but those are things that we are grappling with. We are comfortable in drinking tea. Even this hotel where we are coming, we don't know which money is used to build this. Even this money laundering, we don't care. We do business, we do procurement. So as civil society, we need to rethink and look at what is that we're doing. For example, if this hotel was built with a proceeds of crime, and you give them business, so you are worse off than that criminal. So how do you finish corruption? And we keep saying, oh, they are corrupt. In the counties where we are coming from, see, the hotels we go to are built by our monies. Is it true? But how are you fighting corruption? This is a food for thought. Please, I want to open the floor and hear your voice from the two participation reports, and also overally what you think we should do collectively. Kawibi, I don't want us to lament and us to hold the bull by the horn. Yesterday I was in a TV station with some MCAs who are giving misleading information. And because we celebrate them, when we speak against them, people in the social media, a lot of young people are there, are warriors. When you speak, when you put issue of accountability, they are on your neck. I've been a victim, I've been beaten, but that doesn't stop me. I have cases in court. I've sued the government, many county government, Kisumu's here. But when you call your colleagues to be in solidarity with you, they don't want to be there. They want to be good people to the government. So that's how we're losing this war. We will never strengthen devolution, we'll never fight corruption if we become cowards. That's my statement, but I don't know whether it's true. Thank you. I want to open the floor. Can you want to speak first? Please start us off.
Thank you. Maybe I will just go a bit further back than the two presentations, and say something that I said during tea time. The theme of this conference, what is it called? What's that theme? The theme of the Devolution Conference.
It's a long theme.
Yes, could you read it for me? Something about people. It is focused on people, but the entrance for one person to the conference is 20,000 shillings. One person to enter the conference hall where devolution will be discussed is 20,000 shillings. As civil society, we need to be thinking about, is this conference going to be about citizens, about people? Or is it going to be the rich? You know, affording 20,000 to go and give so that you can listen, because there's no guarantee you'll speak, is a rich man's or a rich woman's pleasure. But therefore, as civil society, I think we need to be thinking about how do we create alternative spaces for citizens to engage on matters devolution. If these our thieves, because it has been said 79% are corrupt, 79% of Kenyans think county governments, national government is corrupt from the report, I think 79 or 78.
if they're going to be meeting in Homa Bay High School, why can't we meet in the field in Homa Bay and have an alternative devolution, a citizens devolution convening, so that we can even mirror them? That when they are discussing a theme, we have our own discussion on the same thing, theme at the same time, in a space where it is free to enter for everyone. And we invite media and we invite citizens. People come there to speak in the languages that they understand. If it's in the Luo or whatever language it is, they come and speak there about the things they are experiencing about devolution. Because going into that hall, not being able to speak. No, civil society, here we have been told, all of us have got a side event. So nobody will even go to the, what is it called? The main auditorium. Why are you going? That's why I will not go, because I don't think it's about citizens anymore. It's about people discussing how they engage, and unless we are courageous enough to say, we do not want citizens to be asked to pay to come in here, then we are failing as a civil society. We want to, because they are using our taxes even. So the governor is paying with your tax, but you, as given the tax, cannot access the space where that discussion is happening. So is it about citizens? What has devolution become? Thank you.
I hear you, Kavive. That's been a concern, but I don't want, let me hear from somebody else. I don't want to speak much. Behind. Okay, please.
Wanjan Njuki from IGRTC.
Okay. You can proceed, please. Wanja, the space is yours. Are you able to unmute her?
Wanjan Njuki. She's still not there.
Okay. While she's still, who wants to pick next? There's a bring the, in front. There are three. Start from there. Then you come next. Yeah, we are past there. Then here. Then here.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Mine is. My comment is on the trust issue. For the second presentation.
You could also ask questions to the presenters, if any.
Okay. Mine, I think, is to the panel, and I'm concerned that civil societies are at position, I think it's second last in regards to trust by wananchi on matters, citizen interest, and we are at 4%. So what does that tell us as actors in this particular sector? Does it mean that citizens here outside do not have any trust to the civil society organizations? Do they think we are more of, serving our own interests than the interests of the people? So I think we really need a concerted effort as actors in this particular sector, just to try and bring back citizen trust, because it's like we are operating in our cocoon as civil society organizations, but again we are not in we don't have the reality on the ground. I think that is a perception by the citizens, and then this even raises the question on how exactly do citizens view these civil society organizations, because we are supposed to be the mouthpiece of the citizens. We are supposed to be addressing these critical issues, but again, if the trust is at 4%, that one speaks a lot. So I think to give a way forward, we really need to merge all these efforts we are doing. I understand a lot of civil societies are having their own activities at grassroots levels. So how do we come up with like a national tool where we just report what we are doing, where we are doing it, what are the challenges, so that now through that the conveners of this forum can always collect all that information and help in designing like the next approach. I think that will be really critical, so that then we have a lot of a critical mass around this conversation, and see how we bring on board citizens to take part.
Very important. Bring it here, then you can here, then you'll go to here. I think that's also, Kavibe, what you said. If we have all side event the same day, the same hour, who will listen to us? I think that's also what I'm seeing in the program. Almost these CSOs that have a side event, they are all on 13th 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. and the side events are paid for heavily. So I think it's also a conversation that we need to think. Is it too late, we can talk about that. Is it too late to do a side citizen event in Homa Bay Primary School or in a church compound in Homa Bay to look at the views of the people on devolution? Maybe you can think about that. I don't think it's too late. I remember when there's sometime back, there was a housing convention in Kisumu, which was in at Imperial Hotel, and CSOs, citizens were never invited. What we did, we decided to do ours in the Jomo Kenyatta Sports Ground, and they had to come to listen to us. We gave them a presentation. I mean, our issues after that. So I think we need to rethink whether that thing can be still pulled next week, so that since it's going to be free, we can agree here who will convene us. Proceed, please.
Thank you. I think for me, I want to agree with Kawive about how this is going about, and also to add my voice that yes, a parallel one should be had where the people can attend and have these conversations that are being had. But also, I think the other problem that has plagued the CSO is we have become a very monetized. We've monetized everything. And I think one of the questions there that was part of the research was that, do we need to incentivize people? And my struggle with that is that people feel like they need to be paid to fight for their country. People need to be paid to participate. People need to be paid to go and say what they want. That Kenyans are not willing to sacrifice anything. Ni lazima ulipwe kakitu. If you're not paying sikuji. And we've been left as civil society trying to say, okay, fine, let's find a budget. We will have so many people, tuwalipe so mbili transport. Others are paying 500, others are paying 1,000, others are paying 2,000. Transport allowance peke yake. So that if I call people for public participation and I'm not paying, or I'm paying 200, watanitupia mikono. But if another organization calls and says they're paying 500, or even they don't say, mnajulikana tu, nyi ndio ulipa pesa mob. Na nyi mnajulikana nyi amlipangi. Na nyi mnajulikanga mlepanga pesa ndogo. Yeah? So we need to first of all calm down and let people fight for this country. Let people defend. Let people participate because they see what good it is, not because they get paid. Then by way of, I want to propose a solution about, or something that we can think about. People don't come out to report crimes, corruption, violence, anything. Because these things, where do they go? You're left with egg on your face. You're left fighting for your life, fighting for your job. Everything. I mean, whether it is at the office place, corporate spaces, people report things, then nothing happens. And then you who's reported are the ones who's being investigated. We, the people, are not doing anything about it. It becomes a responsibility. See, when you're the one who has to run away. You're the one who has to fight for, you fight for your own survival. So anyone else who has any information, why should they come out?
Okay.
We don't protect people. We're not giving people a chance to come out. So as civil society, what we could do is find a place, because one of the questions was, where do I go to report? How do I report? So if we could find a civil society, if we're going to get from that 4% to anywhere up, is provide a way for citizens to whistle-blow anonymously. And if they have to come out as witnesses, then we provide that security. Okay. If we can't do that, then we are just having talk shops, and we will continue to have another talk shop and another one.
So we must be able to commit some, is called middle class suicide, so that we're able to do what is required of us. I think many a times it's fashionable. Our work, we want to feel good, fit in the comfort zone. But I think some of us who goes to court, I think I went to court and I was slapped with the fee. But I went to the public interest litigation. So now I'm struggling with it alone. So I've gone to court of appeal. So, but now at that level, you refund it, you are alone. But now what he's saying is that, how do we build that solidarity? How do we make sure that we are part of that process together? Thank you.
Mimi
just proceed. It's yours.
Mimi napenda kuzungumza Kiswahili kwa sababu I live in the village. Na wale wateja wangu au ninazungumza nao inabidi nizungumze na lugha ambayo wanaielewa zaidi. Mchango wangu katika devolution kama devolution, tulivyotafsiriwa kabla haijafanyika ilikuwa ni jambo ambalo kila mmoja aliliembrace, lakini iliponasibishwa na politics au siasa, imekuwa kwamba sasa hivi ni uwanja wa siasa moja kwa moja. Ninazungumza nikiwa na mfano hai. Mimi natoka Kwale County. Wanasiasa ambao ndio viongozi wa county, mara nyingi tukiripoti visa vya corruption, wale ambao wamewachagua ambao ndio wanaofanya ule corruption ni watu ambao waliwafanyia campaigns. Kwa hivyo mwanasiasa kama mwanasiasa hawezi tena kumkaripia au kumchukulia hatua yule mtu ambaye amehusika katika ufisadi na yeye ndiye alimfanyia campaign. Na pia wale campaigners ambao ndo wanafanya waliopewa nafasi za kazi katika counties ambao wanafanya yale makosa, pia wanasiasa wanaogopa kuwakosoa kwa sababu kuna siri nzito ambazo mimi na nyinyi hatuzijui, wao wanazijua. Kwa hivyo wanajua nikimkosoa huyu nitaanikwa. Na nyingine pia ni kuhusiana na vile ambavyo waliingia katika nafasi zile. Unakuta kama vile yule anisema alikuwa ameenda kuripoti kesi ya corruption, akambata yule alienda kumripoti anakunywa chai na yule ambaye ndiye angekwenda kumpatia lalama zake. Kwa hivyo ni watu ambao wanakwenda, wanakutana, wanarudi. Kwa hivyo sisi kama sisi tunachoka kwa sababu hatuna watu nyuma wa kutusaidia. Nikirudi katika public participation, mimi pale na mahali ninapokaa, public participation kwanza mwaliko wake mimi siuelewi. Kwa sababu mara nyingi wanaoalika ni village elders ambao anakutumia jumbe kwenye simu yako. Ni wangapi wako na simu? La kwanza. Pili, ukifika pale, kwa sababu mimi nchi yetu ya Kenya iko na ni multi party. Kwa hivyo wakati wa siasa nilikuwa ninamkosoa yule kiongozi ambaye yuko kwenye mamlaka, na sasa hivi amekuwa katika mamlaka. Kwa hivyo moja kwa moja mimi ninaonekana kama msumbufu. Kwa hivyo sialikwi katika public participation ile. Halafu ule muda unaopewa zile stakabadhi zinazoletwa zinaposomwa, mimi mchangiaji nakosa nafasi kwa sababu muda ni mfupi. Kwa hivyo either nizungumze yasiyokuweko au ninyamaze ule muda upite. Jambo jingine ni lugha inayotumika. Mimi naishi kijijini. Sisi kama Wakenya tunajua kuna baadhi yetu tumepata nafasi ya kusoma, kuna wengine hawakusoma kabisa, lakini bado ni wananchi, wanahitaji kujua kinachoendelea. Kwa hivyo stakabadhi nyingi katika counties nyingi tu napata zimeandikwa katika lugha ya Kiingereza. Kwa hivyo wanaosoma ni mimi na wewe na mwingine. Yale makaratasi ya public participation nikiwa na ushahidi hai kutoka kwa Kwale County, mwisho anafungiwa samaki na kina mama wa samaki kwa sababu hawajui maana yake ni nini. Unaona? Halafu kuna hawa wenzetu ambao wako na inaitwa ni wako na ulemavu, samahani kwa kuwaita hivyo, wako na mahitaji maalum. Kuna wengine hawaoni, wengine hawasikii, hawawi considered wakati wa public participation. Kwa hivyo ni nani ataenda round kuwaambia kwamba kumejadiliwa hili na hili na hili na hili? Unaona? La mwisho nikimalizia ni kuhusiana na wale wanaokuja kufanya presentations. Ni watu ambao wakija pale unaweza kupata watakuwa na vikao viwili kwa siku moja. Kwa hivyo wanakuja wanaharakisha pale, wanafanya presentation zao na hawataki kuulizwa maswali. Kwa hivyo tunakuwa tunanyanyasika, lakini kwa sababu ni ripoti imeandikwa na wakitoka pale wataandika kwamba wamekuja wakatuhudumia, inabidi tukubali. Lakini mwisho wa siku hakuna kitu kinafanyika au hakuna mabadiliko yoyote ambayo naweza kujivunia mimi kama Mkwale yamebadilika. Though wanatumia sisi kama civil society, baadhi yetu wamepata ajira kule, wanajuana na wao, kwa hivyo wale wanawatetea. Nikijaribu kuzungumza sikosi nafasi ya kuja mahali kama hapa. Unapata mialiko kama hii, wanaalikwa watu maalum. Asante.
Asante. Mpatie huyo dada hapo. I think will come. Is that online ready? But let's hear her, then we go online.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to make my intervention on the same. My name is Hilda Mlandi. I come from I'm here representing the Elections Observation Group. Now, I just wanted to give my 2 solutions to the situation. Of course, we are here today because we are here to discuss the issue of trust deficit in these processes, devolution. Everything we do is geared towards enhancing citizens' trust in these processes. And one of the solutions I have noted down as I was listening to the research presentations was we could work towards developing monitoring and tracking tools, harmonized tracking tools as monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, whereby maybe we can look at adherence to promises and commitments made in manifestos by these politicians, and the same would inform future interventions and engagements. Since the devolution conference happens yearly, the same, we can look at the recommendations we've made against what they have adopted in policy formulation or in amendments to the laws. And then we can inform these engagements, yearly engagements, through progress reports, memorandas, as we throughout the electoral cycle. And then another intervention we could have is establish a joint approach in learning and dialogue platforms where we expand the target groups we bring together in our learning and engagement platforms. For instance, as ELOG, we've been having these dialogue conferences over the years on electoral processes, electoral reform processes. Nowadays, we've also included academia in our processes just to expand how academia can influence electoral processes. Now we are also looking at other thematic areas as well as other target groups we can inform or can intervene with to inform these processes. And this is also a very good platform. The devolution conferences are platforms that as civil societies we can work together towards informing. So as through joint approaches we can establish learning and dialogue platforms that will bring us as actors to share experiences towards related to transfer of functions, accountability and public participation in devolution. Of course, this can be collated into a report that informs future intervention, mid-cycle engagements. For instance, as ELOG, we are currently undertaking, for the first time in Africa, I believe, we are undertaking follow-up on recommendations, implementation conferences, and with the support of, is Kamande here? With the support of Uraya. Okay. We had one in March this year, a national conference. Now we are devolving it down to the regional engagements, and that can also be, canvassed and enhanced further into other thematic engagements, such as the devolution. So this could also, with these engagements, follow up on recommendations. These reports we can have these engagements with the governors, and then we assess whether our recommendations were picked up. If not, what can be picked up in the short term, mid-term, or the long term. In the separate maybe conversations you were discussing, the ones that you were saying would have side conversations as they held their own. I don't know if that is a good thing or a bad thing, to be honest, but I cannot speak on that as I represent an organization that is impartial. So yes, based on those kinds of reports, their recommendations, if they're adopted, they'll of course inform policy, inform amendments to the law, and we can be able to track these issues and see where we are heading as a country. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. As we get online, I want us to rethink on what Kawibe suggested and my sister here, whether there is a need to have a people's parallel conference in Homa Bay on a particular day. Even if it means convening for one day with Ohangala, to bring people together and pass our, and give a media brief of what people are saying on the closing day, on their day, or on a Thursday, whichever. Maybe I tempted to think that we need to so that we make an attempt to us our dissatisfaction with the process of the conference. Because if we don't communicate, it will be replicated. And by the way, people are not there. You can't afford 20,000. How many of you will afford 20,000 to be paid for? And there's no food. 20,000 is for just being there. And where is that money going to? Is it audited to begin with? Thank you. Maybe hear from somebody from the floor, from the online. Before I come to you, my friend, I've not forgotten your hand. Then I'll come to you.
Thank you so much. Chris, I'm Paul Odongo from Kakamega County, work with the Network for Research and Governance. I appreciate the convener of this particular meeting and all the partners. Now, my opinion is that the research are very elaborate and quite informative. You have just put it well that the government does not understand the language of lamentation. So the only language that the government understands is an empowered community with the fact and evidence to hold them accountable. So my suggestion is that moving forward with the Kenya Devolution the conference or working committee, they should ensure that there's an empowered citizenry to ensure that they conduct issues of public litigation. Because our narrative or our way that we'll be doing this is through smart advocacy, which we find that is not working. We have seen people submitting so many memorandums, petitions, without feedback, and public participation does not been working. So if from the survey it showed that the Gen Z have so much trust to be heard by the counties, then it means that we can come with a structured way to ensure that these Gen Z are well packed, fully packed with information on PFM, with information on devolution, so that when they're advocating, they're just not making noise on the street on one term, but they have factual evidence. They have an institution where they can report it to bearer to hold maybe the governors, the president accountable. So public litigation is another way that can work better. But how many of us have been doing that? We have been so much doing smart advocacy. I also agree with the issue of the parallel devolution conference for the CSO, and then developing or coming up with a comic. That will be quite interesting. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks a lot to Paul Odongo from Kakamega. I think that's great. I've seen two other hands. And then I come, they said, behind there.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Wanja representing IGRTC.
Okay. Please proceed.
First of all, I want to thank the Kenya Devolution CSOs Working Group for inviting us to this pre-devolution event. And I just felt that it would be, I would not be doing IGRTC justice or even this meeting justice if I didn't comment on the issue of transfer of functions. So first I want to acknowledge that the conversations have been very rich and eye-opening, and especially on the issue of transfer of functions, because, when we are doing the work, we don't know, of course, we don't have a lot of feedback from groups such as these. So while it's true that it's been more than 60 days since His Excellency the President made his policy proclamation on the transfer of functions, quite a bit of work has gone into ensuring that these functions are transferred. So first off, yes, we did gazette the functions last year in December, on December 16th. But I want you to note that there were, of course, in each sector, there were issues that were still unresolved in terms of both county governments and national governments not agreeing on who would perform those functions. And we have had engagements with the stakeholders just so that we can, further clarify those functions and add them to the Gazette notice. Right now, we are, so the initial work was in the functional clarity, which was, defining which functions will be performed by which level of government. Again, this was a multi-agency, stakeholder kind of approach. Next is the costing, which is going to be done once we have done once we've identified the human resources, the financial resources, systems, equipment, assets, capacity needs, name it. We have started engagements with national government and county governments, and this is as recent as this week. We've sat down with each of the devolved sectors, sort of having inception meetings. We are sitting with the CFOs, the heads of HR, to start looking at the resources that need to move to the county governments. So now that's just the overview I want to give, but I want to invite and encourage those of you who will be at the Devolution Conference to attend a side event. We are being hosted by the Kenya Devolution CSO Working Group, and our side event will be, our panel will be discussing the status of transfer of the remaining county government functions. So there you will have, we'll delve deeper into the transfer functions, and we can engage further.
Okay, thanks, babe. Before you move, I think there could be one or two questions to your department. I don't know whether they are full, but for my part, I'm wondering why it's taking 13 good years to achieve that. Maybe let me hear from the plenary if there's a question that can be directed to you before you maybe hang up. I'm seeing 3 hands, unless they are going to be very short on that. Are you the same topic? Okay, Kevin, then next Kevin, then Evans. Brief so that we don't...
Thank you so much, Chris, and thanks to Wanja. I think my biggest concern is a commitment, because there is too much talk, and you shudder to ask why 13 years. And if you look at the kind of conversations that are going on the state of transfer of functions, the most critical functions that push services to be delivered to the citizens are not being prioritized. What we see are functions that are very menial insofar as citizen engagement and even service delivery is concerned, like museums, libraries, among others. What is the state of the most critical functions, and why is it taking this long? So what is the commitment from IGRTC and IBEC and others on the state of this transfer, particularly because conversations have been had? So what is the commitment that post-Homa Bay, we will not have another 60 days to 80 days to 13 years?
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Next.
Thank you, Wanja, for the presentation. That
maybe you can also say your name. So
my name is Fred Lau from Machakos. Thank you for the presentation, Wanja, that you've made. I'm just wondering, what is this discussion you are having across public service? We have an establishment of the county public service with the staff establishments across the departments. What is that expertise that is lacking in the counties that is making you have more conversations around who is going to do what? Okay. I think there is no goodwill, political goodwill, and that is just trying to buy time so that monies remain at the national level when people are wallowing at the county governments.
Good enough.
So I think
you pass your point. You pass Evans. I will not deny you because of you are the lady, but let Evans speak, then I give it to you. Or Evans want to give her first? The lady? Make it brief.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Lois Warenge from Kiambu County. Maybe I would appreciate the report. It was very good. It highlighted issues that affected us, but it was very silent about disaggregation of persons with disability.
Maybe we were asking her before she leaves. The other report will come back to. Is that you, sir? Okay. Evans?
Thank you. I didn't know we had IGRTC on board. Yes. First is to pass our appreciation to IGRTC. I think anytime we have knocked your door for information, you've provided and guided our, our engagements, even now in terms of informing our advocacy. So, 2 specific questions. where does the work of, where does the work of the HRTC end? What is the tipping point? So between now and when we get the 272 billion, which you estimated in terms of budget rationalization, go to counties, what is one thing that needs to be done so that these functions go to counties and the attendant resources as soon as possible? Secondly is what support in the remaining tasks, costing and bundling, whatever you've mentioned. What kind of support do you require, and from whom? You can summarize that. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there any banding for RTGRC?
Well, I think this is a quick addition. It has been 13 long years. So how soon do we expect you guys to finish the work?
You can take the floor. How soon do we wait for another 13 years again? Or maybe that's the question the Marcel is asking. We have waited for 13 more years. Do we wait for 13 more years? Do we wait for 1 year, 6 months, 8 months? Please take the floor. Thank you.
Asanteni sana for your feedback and your questions. I was saying I did not know I was going to be in the hot seat like this, but let me try my very best to answer. First of all, why 13 years? It's true, we acknowledge that it has taken a very long time. I don't know if I will say that it has been issues of goodwill towards this exercise being completed, but also the current board at IGRTC, together with the leadership, I think, have been very focused on completing this work that was left incomplete by the transition authority. We have transferred museums, we have transferred libraries, and I know the question now is the bigger functions, the agriculture, the health, these ones that touch on service delivery, the ECD, the county planning, and so forth. That is what we are currently working on transferring. What is the commitment that post Homa Bay, we are not just going to be speaking. Like I said, we are currently sitting with the national government institutions, and this is the ministries, the SAGAs, parastatals, name it. We are sitting with them to do costing. So basically what this exercise is entailing, and it's quite a bit of work, is we sit with each ministry and we look at their budget lines. And from there we identify we are identifying county functions that are still being performed at national level or which are still budgeted for at the national level. These are the funds that are going to be earmarked for transfer to the counties. I think that answers the first question. The second question came from the gentleman from Machakos, asking what expertise is lacking in the public service. So one of the things that we are doing, in addition to budget rationalization, we're also doing a HR rationalization. Basically, resources are supposed to, there's a principle of resources following functions. And these resources, like I mentioned earlier, include even HR resources. So it's not that there's expertise that is lacking in the counties, but once these functions are fully devolved, then they'll need to come. Once they are transferred to the counties, we are going to transfer staff as well. So it's not an issue of expertise lacking in the counties. It's just these resources will need to follow the functions. Finally, Evans, thank you for your question. You're asking where does the work of IGRTC end? So what happens? IGRTC, we have done the functional analysis. We are doing the costing and transfer of functions, which now the next now will go to CRA, and CRA will give their recommendations on the annual division of revenue process based on IGRTC's output areas. After that, now will go to Parliament, where we will get parliamentary approval of the through DORA, through the Division of Revenue Act, and then finally that will now inform Treasury's disbursement to the 47 county governments based on DORA and the approved schedule for disbursements.
Okay. Okay, proceed.
Yeah,
proceed.
So I think finally what Evans asked was what on the remaining tasks, what sort of support is required. I believe at some point, we will probably open it up for public participation. But right now, the support that is required right now, of course, is cooperation by the national government ministries and the SAGAs and all the agencies, just to make sure that this is done. We are hoping that by December, when now budget for the next financial year is being prepared, that we will have completed our work so that for the next financial year, these figures will be included. I hope I have answered everybody's question.
We have made an attempt, but our worry is that we might not go, you don't delay so that we go to court, or you do a petition to compel you, or do a petition to disband the institution for failure to do their goal. That's our fear, that you don't let us take that route.
No. Actually, I want to commit that this is a strategic priority for IGRTC at this point in time, and this is what our focus is on, just making sure that the identification of attendant resources is done in time, so that by the time we start preparing budgets for the next financial year, these numbers will be reflected there.
Okay, thanks. We'll monitor you, we'll engage, and we'll surely put you to task if they are not done, or the office if not you. Thank you. We are grateful for your time.
Thank you.
We don't want to expand that one alone. We want to move to where we were. But we are grateful. We are meeting in Homa Bay next week. But if you are here as doing parallel meeting, please also attend so that you give us that communication. Thank you. Have a good day, Wanja.
Thank you. Thank you, you too.
Sir, let's go back. There's a hand which was been there before you. That end next to. I know we are running sort of time, but let's get there.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
There? Yes, that gentleman. Then we come to the lady here, then we come here.
Yeah, quick one. My name is Musoma. I come from Makueni County. So the issue that I want to speak to is the issue of us as civil society, as we demand for accountability from government. Are we accountable?
Okay.
Who holds us accountable?
Who holds us accountable?
As we zoom our lenses to see, are these guys misappropriating our resources? Are we, as civil society, also faithful with the little that we have been entrusted with? And I also want to add on what Madam Jeria said about the expectation of people in attendance to our meeting, the issue of money. These people know, they read reports, because reports are published about NGOs. They know how much each and every organization receives from their partners. And the civil society has become, quote unquote, a multi-million-dollar industry. Does our activities, the civil society, measure those multi-million dollars? Because people are, what was Wajinga? You will not receive money in millions and tell them that you don't have money to give them for facilitation. They will question your expenditure. Thank you.
That's we need to reflect on ourselves. What we do, whether there's a lady there, she's not there, then give, we have many hands. What?
Probably two more. because of time. It's one.
But we can't also, we must listen to the people, even if we get 30 minutes. That's the power of the people. This is why we're here. Yeah. We can make it 30 minutes longer. So that
Thank you.
That's why we're here,
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I had almost given up. So I'm Ruth from Kirinyaga County.
Yes.
Most of my concerns have been addressed by Wanja, but I just wanted to suggest, even as we are having pre-devolution convening here, I think it's good also we think about post-devolution as CSOs, so that we can track what was discussed, whether it is being implemented. And I also feel that in the same spirit of devolution, we could bring these forums to our counties. So as CSOs, we need to be felt. And if we hold two in Nairobi, we could probably hold another one in Kirinyaga, where we bring the residents of Kirinyaga together. They know that we are not alone. There is a body behind it, a force. We call even the county government on board. And maybe the next time we go to another county, that way, even us, the same way the governors do. They rotate. So that way, maybe we could make more impact on our proposals. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for the mic. My name is Gibson Moita. Work for Transparency International Kenya. This is a good opportunity, and I had an opportunity to listen to quite a number of findings before we stepped out, so there's what I've missed. But just to indicate that we largely agree with what has been shared here, because even as Transparency International, we have collaborated with counties to be able to help them in generation of evidence to go towards identifying the areas of strength and also potential areas of advocacy, especially towards better governance. And so I just want to share a bit of just some of the things that we got from our report. That's okay. Yeah, because 2 weeks ago we also released the County Governance Status Report 2025, which is available online for reference on our website. But part of what is pointing out to is, for instance, the opaqueness in sharing of information. Because in this, we looked at 4 areas or 4 things. We looked at transparency, accountability, service delivery, and integrity. Now, we noticed that, for instance, about 70% of individuals at the county level, it was a survey we did across 15 counties, are not even aware of their county CDIPs, for instance. And out of the 30% that were aware of it, 80% had never read those particular documents. Besides that, when it comes to sharing of information, for instance, of the projects happening at the county level, we noticed that 94%, 94.5, 95% could not actually access or are not even aware of some of the critical information, for instance, to do with projects, for instance, even the budgets and the costs around it. Now, if the majority and if the citizens and the communities are not aware about such critical information, how do you expect them to actually hold the leaders to account? We find this as a driver to corruption, because if you really want to engage in corruption aspects, one of the main barriers is usually not sharing of information, and we find that this really needs to be addressed. But besides, the aspect of we can have plans, we can have laws, we can have institutions, but if we do not have real political will, we will not be able to succeed. And so what we are calling for is that legit, real political will, and not what we are seeing here, the isomorphic mimicry, where people appear as if they are doing things, but in real sense, they are going ahead and, are sabotaging the same systems they are putting in place. Thank you.
Please proceed. When you are away, Kawive gave us a way forward that we need to agree at the end of this plenary, whether you are going to Homa Bay for People's Parallel Conference or not. Please, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Chris Imohere from Meru County. Mine is a concern. As we are the hand pockets of devolution, we civil society, we need to push for citizen conference, because I've seen these the government, they evaluate themselves, and
Okay, for me, I would say that it is good for even the government to organize a citizen conference per county so that they will get views from the citizen, and then they will now discuss at the national level. I think that one we need to push it very carefully.
Thank you so much. I'm Irene Kamau. I represent campuses and colleges. I am a Gen Z, and one solution for whoever will be attending the conference is, why is it that there is no county you can call their landline and they pick? Why do you have fake phone numbers on the website that when we call, it says it's no longer there or the service is not available? Because that is the only way we can communicate with you. And it is wrong when you say that the only thing we know is going to the streets when you have not given us a chance to communicate with you. So when you go there, please tell them to make it available. For 13 years, you cannot develop a communication system where we can call you and then we give you feedback. And secondly, stop exporting us for labor while you can create incubation sites for us and we can innovate things, and then you can be able to earn an income from it. So we are very, very sorry that you have that program while you can still do the same thing and benefit the community. So if you can do incubation hubs for those in TVETs, because it's already devolved, and there we can be able to do our innovation, start our own startups, and then develop money for the county government instead of us being sold out. Thank you.
I think, just hold on, madam.
Hello, just give me a minute.
We'll manage the time.
Just I'm the MC. I'm the chair. I am the chair.
Don't overrule me. Let me finish. Then I sit.
No, just wait.
Yeah.
I'm just...
Okay.
And it's good that I remind you I'm the chair. Now, there are people here, like Chris, is coming from Meru. Now, this particular has no room for accommodation. Like, hakuna do za accommodation. It's only fair. So the others, ametoka Makueni. So we need to agree. It is one. If you look at the program, tumeshavuka time. Si ni ukweli? So let us agree. At times it's good to have a consensus. How many more people do we need? Waonge ndio tuendelee, because we also have, the program is not done. So can we say how many minutes from now? 10 minutes.
Let's hear from, but I think it's also very unfair to use all these people came here knowing why they are coming. So let us just agree preliminary from them, then we hear. Because some of us also travel. We travel the longest. But this is what the country is facing, because when we have issues, we cut people. Because we let's ventilate. People have slept on the way for reform. People died in the street for reform. People have died. So the reform is not cheap, it's very expensive. Yes, so we have to pay for a price to get what you want. Yes, it's never come easy. So let's hear from them.
So I want timing. I want how many minutes from now, because we need to agree. When we call for public participation and we say inaanza saa 3, watu wa serikali wanakuja saa 7, we complain. So we need to actually align to what we are demanding of our duty bearers. Let's be honest. So how many minutes? 10, 15? How many? 10. We all agree 10 minutes?
Let's get it from ourselves. If we are comfortable, well knowing that we don't have accommodation, we came all the way from Kajiado and others from Migori, others from Siaya, just to do this participation. So let's agree. If you feel time yako inaenda, you can still, you are free to go. But for the people in the house, if we are comfortable going on with the meeting.
Just allow me to moderate, then we finish this session. We'll get away. This issue of chair or not chair is I don't bother about position.
It's good to be reminded.
If the position goes to our head, it kills us. Let's be honest with each other. But we get into the 15 minutes, then we close. But not about position, sir. Yes, but not position, sir.
Can I talk? Yeah, let's have one meeting. Yeah, my name is, yeah, sure. My name is Ruth Maingi from Makwini County. I would like to speak on behalf of the Gen Zs. And the first question I'm going to ask ourselves is why the Gen Zs on the streets every now and then. And now this is how we feeling. If the government can afford to take people to Homa Bay, and bear in mind Gen Zs are jobless, many of them, those are in the streets, and they don't have money and they pay. They charge a delegate for 20,000, and ourselves, we are asking for jobs, employment, and stuff, and we don't have that money. And they're asking for us for dialogue. What dialogue are we going to make? Hence, it's very expensive for us. Where are the safe spaces that we can amplify our voices to be heard by the community and by the government? And the presentation was so good, and I appreciate the people that came up with it. Just to talk about the prioritization on the presentation, I could see health, water, agriculture were most prioritized. And when it comes to youth empowerment and matters to do with persons with disability, inclusion, and marginalized groups, they were the lowest percentage. Now my feeling is, if we given money and we are giving them the least prioritization, then where are we heading as a country? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from the Far East, the frontier county.
Thank you for the opportunity. I thought I was marginalized. Of course, thank you very much. Mine is just actually quite brief. It's going to the entire CSO and then the working group at the country level. The CSO should work with the county government. It doesn't mean that you would support the agenda. You are supposed to push your agenda within the government when you are working at the county level. If you want to work in isolation, just throwing stone from outside, then absolutely you cannot change anything. So my advice, my suggestions is to work with the county government and push the agenda of the CSOs within that table. You should be on the table, not in the menu. That is actually very critical. And finally, the Kenya CSO working group should also try to work across the 47 CSO caucus. Mukinyamaza told you call people just after 1 month or 2 months, then there is not, you have to get progress update from the county level. That's very key. Thank you very much. Next, I'm on the chair now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This room is getting very hot, eh? Let me stand. My name is Bansi Kubudha from Nakuru County, and it's a pleasure to participate in today's meeting. Now, when the convener was giving his opening remarks, he said that we need to agree on what we will say at the devolution conference, clearly and compellingly, like that. I just want to emphasize, I think we need to amplify what Gen Zs have been demanding. The issues that have been highlighted in the reports, they are issues of corruption, issues of public participation, are entrenched in law. And the governors and the executive in this country, the MPs, all of them know that we have those laws. Can we demand that they do their job and implement the laws? Counties still need to domesticate certain laws, like access to information, for example. Those have been ongoing processes. Can we just demand that they complete those and they implement what is in the law so that people can have access to information and get access to services? Thank you.
Okay, my name is Vexina Mweni. I come from Machakos. And mine is just a concern about the report when we talked about coming from the 4% of our engagement. What I think is missing when it comes to whistleblowing, I've been there, I know, because I won the National Integrity Award 2023. Some of the things we need to invest as CSOs is investing so much in handling issues, handling information as citizens. People are not shying away from giving information and whistleblowing. But what they lack is the capacity to handle information, because by the end of it all, corruption is sensitive, and handling corruption information is quite a matter of death and life. And if you look at what is happening in the counties, you find that these people have information, but when it comes to sharing that information, maybe they share with the wrong people, and they are cornered even before they give out and even they pursue the information.
Great.
So for us as institutions, let's invest in trainings and capacity building of whistleblowers.
Thank you. Is there a county that have not spoken at in the room? Nairobi has spoken.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ray Gaston. I'm from Migori County. And I would like to say that as we are going to present our views in the coming delegation, I believe that I think we need to have a data-backed decision-making mechanism whereby we need to prioritize all the counties, and if we can have a data that is actually centered on people's needs, I think that one can be very, very key. Like we need to champion an oversight committee or CSO networks at the county level, which is non-political. I think that is very, very key. And as I give my feedback on the survey that was done, I think the survey, the method that was conducted with, I don't know whether if the views of persons with disability, I don't know whether if it observed GADI mechanisms. So persons with disability, I feel like their needs, their views really needs to be taken into consideration. So thank you.
I think you didn't give me time to give the presenters opportunity to if we, I've been butchered here. So if you don't defend me, it's your problem.
So I will be very brief, and actually I'm backing on what the Gen Zs have raised concerns. Actually, I think the last time we had a meeting like this, and I think I had really shared that I happened to be a subject of what happened, that I was abducted because of raising concerns in Kajiado County for 2.3 billion that was stolen. So people came and picked me up. So if you hear this concern, there's a reason why on the report that has been shared there on the projection, there's a reason why out of 3,820 who voted are saying that 41% of the population trust on the Gen Zs. And this is my last comment, and I'm directing this one to the steering committee in Kenya Devolution working group and all the other organizations that are here. I know that there is constraints in terms of money and to sponsor whoever that is supposed to go to Homa Bay. My request is this. Even as you look forward, I know that there are challenges in terms of money. Just ensure that in those rooms and even in those side events that are happening there, ensure that there's an inclusion of the Gen Z. I'm pretty sure in years to come, they are going to be a great solution to this country. Santi.
Boss, you want to close this? Hey, yeah. But there are ladies that, please talk that boys can close. I will not, unless you promise you will go 30 seconds. 30 seconds each. Okay.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Boaz Waruku is my name. This is my first time to be in this session. Congratulations. I think the working group is doing a tremendous job. But I want to caution us, even as we go ahead. One, the devolution conferences are beginning to look like the prayer sessions, the annual prayer sessions. So you must be very careful. What exactly are you getting involved in? Because if it is ticking a box, you must be very cautious. Two, I would suggest then that you, every time that you convene, prepare yourselves in accordance with what the Article 174 wants, the objects that devolution was supposed to help us achieve. And each of those objects assess and say, at this level, this is the status. What's working, what's not working. And that is what you need to be reiterating or stating there. So continuing, you'll be assessing on the basis, is there progress? If there's no progress, why are you wasting our money? Continuing to pray or devolution conference and nothing is working. Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you. My name is Christine from Kajiado County, and my concern is on the persons with disability. Being a Gen Z, at the same time a PWD, why should I go through education, and when I'm going to look for a job, I'm being belittled. Mbona nifike pale niulizwe utaweza? Mbona nilisoma basi? Did I do something that I'm sure I won't do it in future? We feel like our issues are not addressed well, or do we need our own government that can hear us?
Good afternoon. I'm from Kajiado also. Let me stand when I'm talking. I'm Simona Lemomo from Kajiado North, and I'm a PWD. I have visual impairment. I would want to say we would all want to go to the Homa Bay, but I know we can't go, all of us. For the people who are going to go there, don't go for holiday. Go and articulate our issues. For PWDs that are going to go there, Halima, I trust you. When you go there, you've spoken for all of us. Please go there. Make sure we have inclusivity in the county offices. And also, when you go there, make sure the governors to understand we are no longer trusting them. We are going to pass a bill that is going to allow governors to be done oversighting, not with the senators. We have people who are going to oversight the governor and the senators so that we can know what is happening with our money in the county level. And also in the schools for the PWDs in all the counties of 47 counties, we would want to have visual impairment teachers. We should also want to have deaf teachers in those schools because we have deaf children in those institutions. The people who are going to that place don't go for holiday.
Good afternoon. My name is Mwendwa, and I'm an advocate of the High Court. I think that because not all of us will be able to go to Homa Bay, let's just push the hashtag, get more people involved on TikTok. That's how you get younger people. And then I think we also, if we can make this a national conversation, especially on TikTok, I'm telling you, people will come in drives, conversations will be sparked. Those are my few remarks.
The formula.
I put that as a challenge to all of us because I don't think there is an existing formula. It's just a question of government has gotten used to the idea of excluding us from national conversations. Now at the county level, at the county governments are excluding us. Should we promote that exclusion? That's the question that I'm asking. Shouldn't we? And there's this group,
Kenya Devolution Working Group.
The Kenya Devolution Working Group needs to help us to say, how do we ensure that the devolution conference, that devolution does not become another exclusive club for government people who can pay 20,000 to be in a meeting.
Okay, thanks.
That's what I'm saying, that we need that help. And my proposal was order another convening on the side, maybe in the field nearby or in the primary school. They're in the secondary school, right? Or in the primary school, and have your own convening where everybody's free to come to say what they want to say.
I will sit. I'll want to ask Kibet to conclude that, whether we are going to do parallel meeting. Thank you. I've finished my role. Thank you. I'm not the chair. I'm just a facilitator.
So can
Chris,
I say that
Chair, Mr. Bana Kibet. Kevin Osido here. Kevin Osido here, behind you.
Yes, you can speak.
I'm just, I'm a little bit disturbed, and because the meeting was going on very well, but I'm just wondering, why do we want to fight with government? Why do we want to compete with the planners of devolution conference? I think I pride myself as someone who has participated in all the devolution conferences, including sitting in the steering committee. And the kind of suggestions that we are having here are things that have been tried in the past. The long and short of it is that it might not be possible even to have that parallel. And I think my discomfort comes from the wording itself as parallel. Because we have the opportunity as civil society to do our own things. The Council of Governors must not set the agenda for us. It is a Council of Governors. It's their own platform. why don't we plan and execute our own platform? It is also important to note that even as we talk about the Council of Governors, there are also people who have set up their own platforms. Like MCS, they have set up their own platform called the Legislative Summit, where they sit 2 weeks or a week after the devolution conference and they have their own conversations, except for this one, where in fact COG has tried so much to bring CAF, the County Assemblies Forum, on board, and they are now part of the steering committee. It would also not be fair because we have a member of this particular network sitting. Bwana Tom Were is representing us at the steering committee of the devolution conference. So my proposal, and picking up from my seniors' thoughts, are that we have done well to set up this pre-devolution conference. Moving forward is to send up a very strong message that needs to fit into the communique that is read, because sometimes we also struggle to have the technical team, the rapporteurs, and even the steering committee accept some of the messages that come from the pre-conference engagements. So we need to begin to ask ourselves, how do we ensure that the good conversation we are having here and the proposals fit into the communique? And then beyond Homa Bay is to plan a civil society post-devolution conference. And because, again, DevCons or devolution conferences are now being held biennially, meaning 2 years, we can plan our conference next year, because it would be difficult to have a parallel meeting where now citizens cannot have their governor, because their governor is locked up at Homa Bay School. And yet those are some of the duty bearers that we need to listen to these conversations. It will be difficult to have the Speaker of the Senate, for example, in our parallel meeting when he is seated at Homa Bay School. So it's a good idea, but I think we need time to think through it, and also to consider that, at least from County Governance Watch, or generally and globally speaking for a number of us, I don't think that we are at war with government. So if we can begin to think through other spaces that we can create to validate the communique, to think through what went wrong, what worked well, what didn't go well, what didn't work well, and then we rectify it. But otherwise, tutapigwa na tear gas na tutashangaa sana. Asanteni.
Okay. Thank you. Wenye wajaongea munisamehe. Now, I think we're doing well. This lady is reminding me, PWDs, during the devolution conference, we have a specific side event, specifically for PWDs. Yes, please note. Sawa sawa. I thought that should come out very clearly. Now, there is a person that I did not recognize, and I think I will give him, Aito Masese. It's a brand name. 30 seconds.
I was going to make the room so hot. Anyway, I do not want to be the one that stands between you and you are going home. My name is Paul Masese. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at the Center for Enhancing Democracy and Good Governance. And I take pride in the fact that the organization I work for is among those organizations that have been steadfast in defense of devolution. I think Kevin Sido did not tell you that part of what he shared is a conversation I had with him last week, that actually we have opportunity to convene a citizens devolution conference. That was an action point from the last conversation. So I think we have opportunity next year as Kenya Devolution Civil Society Working Group to convene our own, so that, you know, this is coming a bit late, so that we crystallize ideas from citizens to be shared in the next devolution conference. I have 3 points. One, what is stopping us from holding government to account? People my generation, we were mentored, we are radicalized. Why did we let Gen Zs do it alone? A little part whispered to me that the survey shared by Twaweza had a question on whether citizens trust civil society. And the reason the result was not shared is because it's embarrassing. We are doing so well. We are doing so well. We can only repeat political parties. So that's a point for us to reflect on. So as you will acknowledge, public oversight is at all times low. The parliament is at the call and beck of the presidency. Our parliament today is at the call and beck of the presidency. The county assemblies, most of our county assemblies are on the call and beck of the governors. So this is time for us. This is the time for us to strengthen sphere and oversight. This is the time for civil society to give true meaning to citizen power. And I'm challenging all of us here. All those fears you have, I don't know who instilled them into you. It's time to rise up and exact accountability. That's the agenda we must drive moving forward. Lastly, the Kenya Devolution Civil Society Working Group is as strong as county civil society networks. If county civil society networks are not strong, it means Kenya Devolution Civil Society Working Group is weak. So as Center for Enhancing Democracy and Good Governance, we started on a process of working with county CSOs to establish, strengthen, and sustain networks. We developed a toolkit, and quite a number of you here were involved in the development of that toolkit. It's available online, but we'll be working with the Kenya Devolution Civil Society Working Group to disseminate and to support networks at the county level. What worries me a bit, at the beginning you said we have 90-something networks. We have 47 counties. So it means in some counties we have more than one network. It may mean that when you have a big number, the better, but it could also mean that the potential for us to be divided is quite high. So it's time we reflected on how we can consolidate the networks at the county level so that then we can strengthen Kenya Devolution Civil Society Working Group. Very lastly, disruption is a strategy. When things do not work, you don't just play along. Kevin, this is me differing with you. I agree with you 100% that we are not going to do anything in Omapay now. Kawive, we may not. We lost the opportunity because people going to hold side events in Omapay, some of them paid 1 million. Some of them paid 500,000 shillings. Who forced them to pay? Did the Council of Governors come to your offices and demand for that payment? People who are going to Omapay have registered 20,000 to participate in the COG organized devolution conference. So why did you pay? Then you go to hold a parallel event in Omapay. That opportunity has been lost. Let's plan our own next year so that we rid ourselves of the embarrassment that we occasionally bring upon ourselves. Yeah, thank you so much. But then we must disrupt when it's necessary. Let's not be afraid of tear gas. Yeah, let's stand behind our children, disrupt, but disrupt strategically. Thank you so much.
That was nice. Thank you. See, I told you he's a brand. When we were doing our AGM as the working group in Heron this year, one of the things that came up was citizen devolution conference. Unakumbuka? The most of us who were there, we agreed, we talked about it. So situpange ya 2026. Me, I can volunteer kama itakuwa Mombasa. I take care of my own cost, I get my own hotel, I attend and come back to Nairobi. And a lot of us would actually use our own resources to go. Si tuanze hiyo conversation. Sawa sawa. It's important. As we conclude, there's something that gentleman said. And thank you. Really, really thank you. Simama tu wakumbuke hiyo sura yako. Sawa sawa. There's something that guy said. And I have an experiment here to just rubber stamp what he said. Okay. To just rubber stamp what he said. And also correlate with what I talked about. all of us, what is between us and jail is that we've not been caught. This is civil society. This is civil society. This is a newly born child. So ni kweli. Then, according to our heads, this is government. Umeshika. This is government. Because half the time, wananchi wana complain maneno ya government, sindio? So it's this. Then, what we are doing here, and what we've been doing since morning, was wenye wanaenda conference, hii ndio malalamishi yetu. We are like, peleka hii. So we actually sending people to go and say something on our behalf. But can you imagine a situation where we are now here and we've decided, let us listen? Does that make sense? We are now here, si tunatumana. Tunatuma hawa, wanakaa hivi, waende waambie hawa. Yeah? Si ndivyo tunafanya? Yes? Wanaenda, wamezaliwa, these are still clean. Hata wajijui. Now, so you are telling, so I want us to look at it in a different way. That assume, sitaki kumwaga hii hapa, because if I pour this here, itadelutika tu kidogo, but it's still the same. Itadelutika tu kidogo. But can you imagine if we recruited more of this, two here, this inakuwa clean. Then this one comes here, hii darkness ina reduce. Am I communicating? Yes. I think that should be a challenge for us. Hii maneno tuendeneni waambie, kwa nini wewe usikae pande ile useme mimi nataka kuwasikiliza? I think going home, and I'm happy that he brought that one up. Hii tu kwanza ni aibu tu nimesikia. I would have darkened it a little bit. Ni aibu tu nilisikia nisichapwe hapa. Sawa sawa. So I think that was nice, and I'm happy to have been your chair. Please reconfirm that. Nataka kuita Kibet. Kibet ametoka. Ametoka because we need to conclude. Anakuja? Oh, umeenda kumuita. We need to conclude for the sake of those that are coming from far. And I'm happy to have been here. Now that I'm waiting for Kibet, I'm taking this home courtesy of you. I also want to take something home courtesy of him. When we were having breakfast, he said, we need to choose 3 things. We need to decide which comes first. Strategy, leadership, or system. What comes first? Strategy, system, or leadership? Strategy. What comes first? Strategy comes first. What comes second? Leadership. What comes third? Hey, bana. Niko nafikiri ati mimi ndo ndawaambia. Kumbe nyinyi ndio mnajua. Yeah, that was very nice. Actually, I took that home. And I've learned something. So I guess Kibet tukimgojea. Unajua sasa ndio mtu anajiuzanga. Oh, uko hapa? Na nilikuwa nataka kwanza kujiuza. Nimesema tukue hapa and we start diluting this ikuwe clear. Mimi nasimama women rep Kiambu. Nimesema chenye nitazaa nitanyonyesha after 2027. Sawa sawa. So if you are there, ukiona sura yangu hapa inaitwa Auntie Rose, nikitupa mawe huko nikiwa juu ya lori, tafadhali nichie hapo. Tumesema we need to disrupt these things. Sawa sawa. Haya, Kibet, back to you. God bless you. Safe journey masses, and let us love our country more. Amen.
So I think now is just closing the session. So those sawa. So the announcement by Khalid is ensure that you signed the endorsement form for the position paper. I think most of us were asking how can we be part of this. So when the position paper is developed with all the inputs you have shared here, let your name appear somewhere and your organization. So there's a list going around. Yeah, I think there is also an attendance list by Twaweza. Again, if you have not signed, please go through that desk. Okay. So as I close, I'll donate 1 minute to Juma, then I'll do 2 minutes. Juma online is the technical lead putting together the position paper. So Juma, technical team, please. Unmute him. Juma, Mike. Michael, we are waiting to hear from you. Okay. One more call, Juma, Michael. He's speaking. Technology. Sawa. I think we've tried.
Sorry.
Oh, now you go ahead. 1 minute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, better.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for that challenge. And I think my role is very simple, just to help in developing the position paper, which is just consolidating your thoughts in terms of what you, as the team that is in this meeting and the CSOs across the country, have indicated around the 3 key areas. One is the transfer of functions and funds for constitutional functions to county governments. And I think IGRTC talked about it earlier on. I didn't hear any explanation as to why 172 billion that IGRTC talked about last year for the functions that have been costed and unbundled and costed, which was supposed to go this year. The position around it, maybe I missed it. Then 2, the issues around accountability. And finally, the 3rd one is the public participation. So maybe, Evans, what I would propose is members who are here, if there could be some link that would be created so that then they give, as you said, compelling, clear, and also maybe impactful proposals in terms of what they want from the government, what we want from Kenyans in terms of how those 3 areas can be rolled effectively. I would really appreciate that. And finally, I like the issue about the Citizens Devolution Conference. We had discussed it about it. For the past around 1.5 years, it has been an issue under discussion. But as somebody said, everything you say, people monetize it. Even if you say people we want to have an online meeting, citizens, even CSOs that have Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi in the office will still ask you, will not attend until you give us money for the airtime. So I think if CSOs we are able to donate our time, also resources to do this, then it can work. But if every time such activities are to be done, we still need money, even when it's going to your county, even when it's going to your town, you need everything to be facilitated. It becomes so difficult and so expensive. We'll end up where the governors are with the 20,000 if we are not careful. So I really like the idea, but we need to change the way they approach and say we are going to contribute, we are going to donate, we are going to make ourselves volunteer our time, and then it can work. Thank you so much, Evans. And I would appreciate if there is, if we get feedback to enable us make a very strong position paper. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I think, and we continue to appreciate. I know even as late as yesterday we were talking, and I know you had the challenges even getting to this place and other challenges, but you are still pushing on. So in terms of now next steps, we had the rapporteur, of course, of this meeting. We'll try and consolidate as much as possible. I still agree with that proposal. We had discussed, we had looked at it, but we were time constrained. So what we can do, use the mailing list that we use to invite people here, plus also the list that was developed for the regional blocks to share a link. I think that's agreeable. Dr. Karanja, is that okay? We can share an open link, and you can continue inputting your recommendations as you send us to this devolution conference. So finalization of the policy paper, the position paper, will be done and presented in the side event. But just to conclude, I think I've been listening. I think those who know I'm not a man of many words. I've been listening, and your voice has come out very strongly, that we need a multi-pronged approach. You know, you are saying that in very many words, that we need a multi-pronged approach. And Masese, I think, said it. We need soft power. Those who are good in boardrooms like me, tuingie pale. Those who are good in the streets, I can also, those who know me on the other side, I can also be on the streets. I've been in the streets sometimes back. So, and you can see even in our steering committee, we have all the strengths represented, including even representation of diverse groups. We are also open to the discussion about youth inclusion. Ngumi here is leading, you know, a process of putting together a youth caucus for the devolution CSO working group, and I think that is informed by what you exactly said, what you said, need to bring you in the forefront. So beyond that, we'll also be issuing another presser, look out to it when we'll be at Homa Bay. Probably that will be our expression of what we are getting also, vile hewa iko, kama actually government is listening, or they are just hearing, or they are just, you know, giving us, the tent. We didn't want the tent. We want to get their ear and also their attention. So we'll issue a presser based on what will have come out from the conversations and what we see in Homa Bay. Once we do that, you're also free in your own organizations, in your own networks, county level networks, to do the same. I think by now we are very clear on what we want for devolution. So on that day we can do, as many, media engagements and any, advocacy, social media and whatever, as between that time, that is on 13th, that is Wednesday, between 2 and 4. Of course, being the first day, maybe it might extend because the president is opening in the morning hours. So if it extends, please bear with us. But we are hoping that we'll be on in time. We'll also have a live link for you to follow. And this is a challenge I want to give us. Let's, as many of us, follow that conversation online as possible. This is one way to demonstrate to COG that we would have wished all of us to be here, only that you costed this at 20,000. So once the link comes out to share kabisa, and we could demonstrate how many of us, were willing to attend this conversation and also give our input as well. It's not just attending, but also give our input. We'll also have, so I wanted Khalid to speak to, I don't know, there'll be a poster. It will be projected. Yeah, so thank you. Please project the hashtags that we'll be using during that time so that this conversation can be pushed within and outside. On the post-DevCon, we can discuss again what is coming out, our observation, if actually the conference has been citizen-led, focused. We can discuss that during post-DevCon. And maybe farm up, our resolution for the Citizen Devolution Conference. It has been there in the steering committee, but I think you've heard the challenges we have had as a steering committee, but we have had, I think we will keep trying. And I'm happy you have challenged us, that hata tukiweka tent kwa kiwanja, you will come. That's the assurance I wanted as the national convener. So niliwaambia, mimi kazi yangu ni convene na watu wafanye nini? Wakuje, and then we have this conversation. So I'm taking the challenge, so don't embarrass us, because we had even thought about it, about Homa Bay. But I think listening to, advices here and there, and also what our partners have put in, and we said, okay, let's just use this small window and make it also hybrid, so that as many people can participate. As we conclude, I think I've said we've taken keen note that if there's a time to defend devolution, it is now. Sindio? This devolution is facing more threats than before, because if you think about civic space, and I think people have spoken here, devolution is about citizen voice. In fact, if you look at the whole philosophy around it, how it has even been implemented in other countries, without the civic space, there is no devolution. So if there's a time to defend devolution, it's now. And you have spoken. I hope the steering committee has heard, and its technical team, we will try as much as possible put that into the position paper. And we hope also the government will, do you want them to hear or listen? I hope they will listen, sindio? And if they don't, I think we have agreed what we have to do. So with that said, I wish to really appreciate all of us. Again, msichoke kusikia asante zangu. I'm really excited. The seniors, akina Dr. Kawive, Masese, you know, all of us in this room, I'm really, that's why today we were listening, just to get insights. Osido, Kevin, I know we have had a long conversation. That, you know, Tisa, you are here represented. We are really, really, you know, happy about that. So, asanteni sana. To our partners, Twaweza, mumeona, I think you've seen the need for more of these conversations. So if we knock your doors and say again, can we partner in doing the post-devolution conference and even the citizen devolution conference, I think we can do it even much better. To the Royal Danish Embassy in absentia, again, I think it's one of the embassies that have really believed in us as the devolution CSO working group. And I must continue applauding them. And any other, of course, maybe the others who are thinking about us, FCDO, because it started there, that is the British High Commission. In the absentia, we continue to appreciate. The steering committee, I think you've heard. Anytime we meet, mumesikia the voice and the challenge we have been given. So I challenge you to roll up our sleeves and, you know, and present the best of the voices that we have heard here. Yeah, so having said that, I must continue to say devolution must work. So asanteni sana. I think let's not prolong this beyond here. Na wale walikosewa, I know in the course of our conversation we are, you know, we are different personalities, just like any family. So kama uli feel offended, at some point I felt if it was me being said, some things being said about me, I would really have taken offense. But kama ulikosewa, wacha usame on behalf of everyone, utusamehe tafadhali. And maybe at this juncture it is important we can sing the national anthem and then we have maybe one person pray for us. Tusimame. We can sing it's a prayer. So we can close with that. And then the technical team working for the DevCon engagement, please, we can remain behind, sindo? Because after lunch we are, so I wish us safe journey masses. Sijui nani ako na sauti nzuri. Faith, you can start us off. Just one stanza. Yeah?
Okay, lunch is at the same place where you had your meals. You go for lunch. I have everybody has a meal voucher. Thank you.
For the online team, thank you all. I think this is it. This is the end of the activity. We are going for lunch. I hope you enjoy your lunch too. And thank you. Have a nice afternoon and weekend.
Please register. Don't forget to come and register. You say, remember, sindio?